What's up, guys? How we all doing today? Hey, Tom.
What's going
Hello?
on, Mike? How you doing?
Oh, I can hear you. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad, bro. How are you?
Always good, my friend. Always good.
So I sent Dave the link. I assume he's probably going to show up a little bit late, but
Is that what he said?
no, he didn't reply. He said that he'll be here, but he hasn't replied
Okay,
to
let me
me
let me
sending him the
text him
link.
now. Let
So
me text him now.
yeah, I assume he's probably got the times mixed up. But how's everyone doing in the chat? Good to see you all here. I know EWC is going on right now, but I think it was still at the opening stages. So I thought let's do a Mortal Kombat podcast. So Tom, do you wanna run people through what you wanted to discuss today?
Well, it was I happened to do that podcast with Lou Streets, and he kept saying, "I really think the next MK is gonna be next MK. It's gonna be the game. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be this." And really, the main way you know that a game is gonna go from where it is to better is in everything that happens before the game, right? And Dave just texted me back. He said he's coming.
All right, cool,
And
no
he's
problem.
getting on
Thank
now.
you for the $2 avocado meat. He said that you've been spared, Tom, from his Darius.
Gauntlet 3, brother, all day. So the I said, well, really, not being able to get proper feedback is a killer when making any type of product, especially when trying to improve it. And I think the divide between the community and NRS is greater than ever. And I truthfully think that the way they receive information is horrible. It's one of those things where the only thing that gets heard is a lot of the glazing. I think so. The problem is NRS and the supporters of how they do things will say, well, there's so much negativity that it's tough for them to cipher who's crying and complaining versus positive criticism. They
Hmm.
label people like me and you haters, crybabies, even though we say things that are factual and very accurate, it's brushed aside. But they never ask themselves, why is there so much discourse? Like, why are people so negative? What's wrong with our product, right? Because you're always going to have a level of negativity. Even during MK9 and MKX, kind of like MK Prime years, there were still people who were negative about it, but nowhere near like this. And they have never asked themselves, how come our satisfaction rating is plummeting? And as long as they attribute it to hating and haters and people being doomers, I just don't know if they'll ever like fully know who to listen to anymore. If every criticism is being dismissed as hate. That's
Hmm.
kind of the basis of what we're going to talk about today.
All right. Well, let me just introduce Dave to the stream. Dave, how you doing, bro?
Big Mike, Lord Brady, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear
I
you.
hear you, brother.
Well, first, let me thank Mike for having me on, inviting me. Of course, I talk to Tom like once a week. So, guys, thank you as always for having me on. I think I'm going to bring a slightly different perspective. I think that's what I'm here for, and
Mhm.
I can't wait to engage.
Awesome. All right. Well, just before we start, I wanted to ask. I'll ask Dave first, and then Tom. How do you feel about the rollout of the collection? Do you feel like they've done a good job with what they're providing for people? I saw some people a little bit disappointed about MK Gold. I don't know if it's been confirmed it's not coming, but how do you guys feel? I'll ask Dave first, and then I'll ask Tom.
Well, I would like to defer to my good friend Rio. I think he made a excellent video about a month ago detailing what does a modern fighting game need? Obviously, these are older games, but what does it need in terms of functionality for everybody to enjoy the game? And I will base most of my arguments around this because I think meta is so subjective. You might as well argue religion and politics at that point. But I think we
Mm,
can all agree on like five things, or maybe four, right? It needs functionality as far as online gameplay is concerned. It needs a rank system. It needs crossplay. It needs a training mode. If your fighting game does not have that, it doesn't matter how much you enjoy Ultimate and for example, Ultimate MK, right, or MK2. I think that's kind of what Rio's communicating. Like Rio, he really adores the older games, but even he was like, dude, unless the game has four or five of those things, it will be very, very difficult for people, including him, to enjoy Legacy.
okay. And Tom, how do you feel about it?
Well, I want to know, who are they releasing this for? Is kind of the weird thing for me. Are they releasing it as a stopgap in between this game just being, not being received well, and them having to cut the production of it? Or are they releasing it just for like the classic players? We haven't forgot about you after all these years. Or are they releasing it to try to get some of the newer community into it? So if you're trying to release it for old and new audiences, well, the new audiences, especially if you're trying to do it for sales, which we all know that sales ultimately they want, they're going to have a very hard time wanting to play it without, like Rio said, things like training mode and things like that. Especially when it comes to like a lot of the glitch jabbing, they're not going to want to practice it by trying to hold block with their toe or whatever, or get a special controller that always has block on whatever. You're in an era in which learning how to do these things is able to be done in a practice mode long before you go online to play your opponent. So without these type of things, and even lobbies and things like that, I just think the modern player loses interest, which is going to, I would love to see MK still be in tournaments. It would be great to see one of these classic games make it to Evo. That would be awesome. Or in like a Coliseum or whatever. But, people always talk about what would happen new versus old. Well, it's just not, you're not going to, now that old is kind of new with them re-releasing this, it's very difficult to try to get someone new to get into that without those type of things, without lobbies, without, training, without things like that, which is why Rio was like, these 5 things are very, very important. And it seems as if any of them.
That ties into Eric Hess has got a question here for you. Thanks for the $5, bro. So, Tom, do you think if the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection could be a base for the devs to return to form if it's successful? Thanks and happy Wednesday.
Honestly, I really think they maybe, and I really think they should have put at least one 3D game in there, like Deadly Alliance, to really kind of gauge. Because Mike, you've always said, bring it back to 3D.
Yeah.
But it'd be a good way to release a product and say, what do the people prefer? Give them our best 3D MK game and give them our legendary 2D MK games and see what people's preferences. What do they like? Right? Instead, it's just going to be the arcade classics, and it looks like it's going to be making it very difficult for newer players to get into them and to learn, some of the nuances of the game. And you completely block out the 3Ds and MK9. I personally don't feel like, if you were going to release a base game, you would release MK9. I personally think that NRS, even though it's not them doing this, I truly believe in my heart that Ed Boon would rather jump off the building of NRS than bring MK9 back and some of the 3D ones. And this goes back to why their games will never be good anymore. Because I truly believe that NRS would love to erase certain people from history. Like, how Thanos was like when Captain America was like born from blood, and he goes, doesn't matter because you won't be around to tell them, right? What it was like. That's what Ed Boon wants. He wants it erased from history. So his biggest problems of the biggest critics of modern NRS come from the 3D era and MK9 era. It'll never happen. I think all we're going to get is the 2D era. I don't think it's anything more than a stopgap. And I don't think we're going to get any DLC like MK9, the 3D games, none of them.
Dave, do you agree with that? Do you think they're trying to erase the 3D era and MK9?
Well, Tom, are you talking about erasing the games or certain individuals? Because you've seen
certain individuals who are tied into those titles. And NRS is, it's hard to say, because if you don't know them, you don't know how petty they are. That's kind of the thing. And I can tell you right now, that's what they're doing. They'll never do that. They'll never do that.
So what do you think, that there's 0% chance? Let's say this Legacy Collection is really, really well received. You think there's absolutely no chance we'll ever get a 3D collection?
0% chance. Now, I would change my mind, because they have MK Unchained, which is what, the Game Boy Advance version of MK Deadly Alliance. Why not put that? Then It would make more sense if they put MK Gold in there, right? Or N64 MK Trilogy, which apparently they've already ruled out. Not MK Gold, but N64 MK Trilogy. Like, why put MK Unchained in there if you're not going to put the console port of MK Deadly Alliance? Just keep it to those arcade titles and give the N64 trilogy, give MK Gold, and call it a day. So it doesn't really make any sense to me why MK Deadly Alliance for the Game Boy Unchained would ever MK Unchained for GBA or whatever it is on would make it there. When you're probably not going to include Trilogy or MK Gold, N64 Trilogy or MK Gold. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like when you have the classic titles that you could put in, still some versions of them, why would you even waste a slot on that? It just doesn't make any sense. So I would say, more than likely, if MK Deadly Alliance is not included, they'll never come out. It'll never come out. What reason would they do that for? They're going from this to the next probably MK game. What reason, if the next MK game we all hope and pray is very good and received well, there's no reason for them to go back and do anything, to further arcade collection. They gave you the arcade classics and then they're done. So I think the only way would be if this MK is again not well received, and then they may do more with that.
Just to see if there's any correlation, aren't the same people that you're referring to that they want to erase from the 3D era, aren't they also part of the arcade era?
So the thing is, I always hate talking about this because I try to keep myself out of this. There's really only one person who was around as a player and an expert in their games from MK1 until almost current. In all eras, from Midway all the way through NRS, 3D, 2D, MK9, and even some MKX and Justice. There are some people that there's kind of like, Rocky Waters on, James MK, which him and Ed Boon have a weird relationship in general. Total MK, who is been around through the whole life of Mortal Kombat. Been behind the scenes, knows everything there is to know. They don't really acknowledge him like they should. They had a council. Think about it. They had a council and didn't bring certain people in that you would think they held a council to come in for these games. And there were several people that should have been there who were part of those eras, who knows things, and they just, didn't bring them in. So not so much the arcade era, because most of those people stayed in the arcade era. They didn't really translate into the 3D as a competitive player, and nobody from that era outside of one translated into the NRS era as a serious top competitor. It's mainly from the 3D era that a lot of those people from Deadly Alliance, Deception, Armageddon, MKDC, a lot of those people translated into MK9 and were still some of the best players in the world. And a lot of those same players have serious gripes with how NRS is today and point out a lot of these things in a matter that may get dismissed as hating, but they back it up with facts in game. Like, look at this, look at this, look at this. It's not just blind hating. So that's a big problem that I think that they just want to ignore.
What is your take on that, Dave? Do you agree with Tom that the 3D eras won't come back because of certain individuals?
I mean, it's such a comical argument. I don't even know it's a serious question. I think if I'm in the conference room in a business suit, part of trying to essentially, this is going to be a transitional game, right? Because we know why they're doing this. I think we can all reasonably assume that Chaos Reigns didn't sell very well, but MK1 as a whole kind of did, especially when you consider the fact that 40 more million units, the PS4 still has 40 million units on PS5, and I think the Xbox One has about 25 to 30 more million units on the Xbox S/X series. So Tom wants to play the victim. That has nothing to do with NRS holding anything against anybody. It's a business decision, right? It's all business. Guys, think for 1 second outside the FGC bubble, please. It has nothing to do with, I don't know, them disliking James MK or Tom Brady or Perfect Legend. It's business. They're trying to
That-
make money. And if they
They're
can make
trying to make
money,
money by bringing in the Game Boy Advance version of MK Deadly
well,
Alliance.
again, is
I mean,
I don't know who the head individual is who's in charge of this project, but he said that there's certain limitations when they add so many games that there might be some limitations. I don't know what those are. And by the way, neither do you, because you're not a tech expert. Nor is anybody in this chat. By the way, I'm not protecting them. I'm just saying that from a business perspective, I can understand why they would do certain things. It doesn't necessarily mean I agree. I don't agree with monetization in fighting games, but I can understand why they're trying to get on money. Like that's all I'm saying. It's not personal.
I agree with
It
you,
just
Dave.
isn't.
It is a business decision.
But if you agree, why are you playing the victim? Like it's oh
Because
my god, they
it
didn't
is
want to bring me on.
because the reason why you will never see the 3D or MK9 games in that capacity is not a business decision. That is a personal decision. So I agree. MKLK is a business decision. It supplements some more income, while MK11 is kind of on the outs. That's a business decision. They're not releasing MKLK to hate on this guy or that guy, and they're not going to release the next game to hate on this guy or that guy. But the main reason why, well, hey, why would the 3D games not be a good business decision? Why would MK9 not be a good business decision? Because that will be a personal decision.
Well, let me tell you this. For example, you mentioned the Mortal Kombat Trilogy N64 versions. Again, I want to thank like Rio, Shock, Dead, all those people who educated me about the version. That is a superior game in terms of balance, in terms of character variety, but it's not a superior game in terms of technology,
Of
in terms
course.
of character selection, right?
Mhm.
So there are nuances here. And I think if you asked a random guy from the street who back in the day who used to play those games, who's not a competitor, it's like, yeah, I like the PlayStation version because it's better audio, because it's got more characters, right? So
True.
it's kind of like, you know, it's a nuanced conversation, and it's difficult to determine what should be in and what should not be in. But I usually stand by the fact, and Rio and I argue about it all this time, whether it's in a podcast or privately, the old games, most of them haven't aged very well, including Trilogy, which has broke ass character like Noob and Rain. Like, I mean, the bosses, etc., etc. So, like, I don't mean to ruin anybody's fun or to discourage people from playing the games that they grew up with. But if you're trying to play those games in a semi-competitive setting, nowadays, when people have information and possibly a rank system in which they will improve, you're you're in for a rude awakening, because none of those old games have aged very well. If you're trying to get better, because of either the boxing glitches are completely out of control, the balance is honestly completely comical. So we have to keep that in mind.
No, I fully agree with Dave on that. Like, I think when people play the older MK games, they're gonna want to go straight back to the modern ones, because I don't even like the arcade era ones too much, to be honest with you, because they're so broken. I just remember getting my shit rocked by Noob constantly, and I just like, this is not fun. But the 3D ones weren't really like that. Well, at least Deadly
Well,
Alliance.
actually, Mike, the 3D ones were some of the worst.
No,
You
not
have a
Deadly
character.
Alliance. Not
Deadly
Deadly
No, not
Alliance,
Alliance.
Deadly
no.
Alliance, but hold on. Let me tell you, my friend. Dairu, NK Deception, full screen launcher. That's like
No,
10
I know,
frames.
I know.
It's a joke.
But I
Again,
played
I'm not
Deadly
saying,
Alliance. I'm not interested in
yeah.
Deception or Armageddon.
Well, even
Deception as
Deadly
a product,
Alliance, yeah, that's a game that Tom
Deception
mentioned.
as a product is the
Yeah,
best Mortal Kombat game in
correct,
my
correct. Yeah,
opinion.
yeah,
But
absolutely.
as a fighting game, Deadly Alliance is way better.
Yes, and Tom, he kind of played that game semi-competitively. So did Rio. So those two are more knowledgeable. But even that game has like balancing issues, and this is why. And Mike, I hope we can get this in a bit later. When I read Twitter and when I read the politics that our best players are engaging in terms of balance, like Ars and Ash and Nee, and I read how people are replying, and to me, it's insane. I just shut down, man. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these
Wait,
people?
what are you talking about, Dave?
No, I'm talking about in general. Like people nowadays in the FGC, right, in that bubble, act like we're playing the worst games of all time. Acting
No.
like Tekken 8 is the worst thing to happen to Tekken of all time. Acting that's like Street Fighter 6. No, it's Throw Loop Fighter. No, it's Drive Rush Fighter. That to me is a bigger issue than all of this. So yes, Okay, if you think Street Fighter 6 is so bad, why don't you go back and actually play some of the older Street Fighter games like Super Turbo, like Third Strike, and let me know how that balance works out for you. Those
Well,
people
actually, no. I
will
don't.
quit
To be
instantly.
fair, Dave, people still play those games. Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 3 still hold up.
Look, man, you can try play them. Let me know what Claw dives and puts you in a vortex nonstop. I think people are. By the way, I love Super Turbo. I am the guy who grew up with Super Turbo. Bless you. I am the
Thank you.
guy who still to this day plays the game. But I think people just in general have their rose their rose glasses on. They're filled with nostalgia, and part of the reason we're having this conversation is because people think, you know what, I go back in the day, I'm gonna have so much fun. You will until you fight that noob who puts you in 100% combos.
No,
Well,
you
I
do have a
just watched
point. You have a
Marvel
fair
2.
point.
I just watched Marvel 2, which many an MK community member has argued might be one of the most unbalanced games of all time as far as character list selection.
Yep.
Beat the stuffing out of Mortal Kombat 1 again. In fact, MK1 is seen as the most balanced, blah, 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 blah. I think MK1 right now would lose to any fighting game ever in existence if they put it in EVO. If they put Karate Champion in EVO, it would beat MK1. So, as much as we talk about balance, how important is it when it comes to what matters the most? Fun.
It's apparently very important because when I fought
I
you with
can't
Freddy in
tell.
MK
I heard how
hold on,
broken
hold on. Let
Third
me
Strike
finish my
was.
point. You can respond. When I fought you with Freddy, why did you switch to Kung Lao? Like, Tom, you're the biggest hypocrite on this matter of all time. You non-stop complained about low power levels at MK9. Then guess what? Oh
MK1,
my God.
MK1,
Tom,
MK1.
stop talking about power levels when Season 2 Tekken 8 patch come out. I wonder why. Maybe because it became highly unpopular to
Now we're
address
talking
that
about Tekken.
topic. I didn't. I came on Mike's podcast. I still told people what I believe. Many people blew me up. But I think, in retrospect, my position still stands, and I do not hide from my position. You cannot, Tom, you say you don't care about balance, yet literally in MK9 you complain about balance, in MKX you complain about balance, in Justice 1 you complain about balance, in Justice 2 you complain about balance.
This is kind of weird because you could say I probably complained the least out of anyone about characters. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave. I played you for the first time at tournament with Kung Lao in top 8. You beat. Hold on. Then I went back to your local with Sub-Zero, not Kung Lao. You put me in losers. Then I reset the bracket in losers, still winning a set against Freddie. And then you beat me the final set. And as I recall, I shook your hand and said, good shit. And your thing, Dave, was I was expecting this guy to complain and be salty. And all he did was shake my hand and said, good games. In fact, I went to the lower tier character, my main, and I figured out a way to fight it. And all of our sets, even casually, were very competitive. Win, lose, etc. You beat me in tournament. I reset the bracket. You beat me in the final set. I'm like, good shit. I was probably one of the only people to still find a way. There is a big difference between MK9, me losing, let's say, to a Cyrex. Tom, why did you lose? A Cyrex is fucked up. Doesn't Sub-Zero 10-0 that matchup? No, Sub-Zero loses that. It's very difficult. The character's fucked up. I can say the character's fucked up without be crying. That's the problem. You can't say a character is stupid unless it's considered crying. I understand there are stupid things in fighting games. For me to have what I want, I have to be okay with other people having what they want. And that's really the best formula for a fighting game, where everybody's skill set is really represented in forms of archetypes. And you're going to have lopsided matches. You're going to have balance issues. Play your way versus his way. Figure out a way. And at high level, a lot of times you're going to be able to do that. The problem is that I don't have a problem when you said MK9 low power, MK1 low power levels. My problem about the power levels in MK1 is sometimes you can't distinguish where the power is coming from. Is the power with the character? Is the power with the cameo? I don't like those type of power levels. And I also don't like when the power level is almost all offensive, where they have no problem. I mean, we've talked about pre-patch Quan Chi and MKX and all the hard to blockables. Nobody wants that. But yet I'm watching Kanimani play Sindel and doing near unblockables up against online Kale, who didn't block it one time with Tremor. And I'm like, I thought they were going to be careful with the hard to blockables. I thought they were going to be careful with the vortexes. NRS is only careful with, do you want to lame somebody out? Do you want to trap somebody in the corner? Do you want to zone somebody really bad? Well, we got to be real careful about that. And I don't want to hear sector, because without the safe armored launcher or safe armored get out of jail free card with Motaro, that zoning isn't very good. It's really, they have no problem steroid buffing the offensive power levels, because anything defensive they consider to be a crutch. Oh, you can't beat these players today without the crutch. So to me, I have no problem with high power levels as long as they're dispersed evenly. In MK9, did I have fun fighting Rio's Cabal? No. Did I cry and complain about it? Actually, no. Dave, I fought your Freddy plenty of times. I didn't sit there crying to you about it. I didn't go on the forums crying, what am I supposed to do? You've had many people,
Tom,
you've had many.
Rephrase it. You didn't cry. By the way, Mike, all of us complained about Cyrax, about Smoke, about Cabal. Do you know why? Because we got killed by some of those characters in one combo. It's natural. By the way, and that's why I keep saying that those games are a joke. Like,
but it's not crying to be human. It's competitive venting isn't crying. Competitive venting and crying are way
I think, look, I don't know about some of the stuff I've been seeing recently. I think I beg to differ, but look, Cyrax killed you essentially in one hit. So did Smoke. Cabal on like half the cast had like a semi-block infinite combo, which is the reason why I'm saying I can objectively say, even though I placed top 8 in that game in 2011 or whatever, 2012, whatever the hell it was, it's not a good game, and I quit playing it after, because it shouldn't be a balanced standard of any kind. And I think that's the point I'm trying to make as far as MK1 is concerned, and the lack of zoning and defense. I'm with you. The problem is when you add something like strong defensive options. I think Tekken 8, just an example, Power Crush heat engages. I know Mike is, if he could, he would strangle me right now. But like Power Crush heat, I know you're not here. Power Crush heat engages. Mike, that's a defensive mechanic, bro. It needs to be in the game. If you're gonna have,
but it doubles as an offensive mechanic too. It doubles as an offensive mechanic.
Down 2, hatchet kick. Well, I'm okay with all that. But if I guess right on defense, I should at least somewhat get my turn back. So that's what armor is. That's what Power Crush heat engages were.
But Dave, can I just push back on that?
Please do.
The Power Crush itself gives you your turn back, but the Power Crush heat, whoa, dude, I was making a point.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I wanted to come back so I can finish it.
It doubles as an offensive mechanic.
Yeah, because I don't think Dave plays Tekken.
It's like the forward roll in MK11. It's a defensive mechanic that also allows the attacker on the ground to get up with a full combo in certain situations. So it also doubles as an offensive mechanic.
It defeated its purpose previously. Yeah. I want Dave to come back so I can tell him, there we go, he's come back.
Cut out.
Dave, you okay?
Yeah, my mic cut out for a second. I apologize.
What I was saying was that the Power Crush is already a defensive mechanic that gives you your turn back. And the Power Crush heat engager was a offensive mechanic because you take your turn back and then you're allowed to apply a bunch of free pressure. So they took it away so that it could do what it was meant to do in the first place, which is what it was doing in Tekken 7. And I would argue now that in some instances, the Power Crush is even better in Tekken 8 than Tekken 7, because in Tekken 7, you had Power Crushes like Negan's launcher or Backlash from Horang, which I don't think Power Crushes should be launchers. I think most of them don't do that now. They just knock you away or at most give you a follow-up. So they restored them to what they were supposed to do, but they were doubling up as offensive mechanics. That is not a good defensive mechanic, not in the fashion they made it.
In Super Turbo, all the Dragon Punches, especially old cans, not only does old cans, which is, Super Cannon, it's a code you have to punch into, use, and whatever. It has the most invincibility, and it also it literally acts as an armor attack because it's safe against most characters. The light DP is. So you can literally get your turn back and then start your offense. So what you're complaining about has existed for like 30 plus years. Like, yes, the best defensive tools lead into some kind of offense.
But Dave, you're using
that's
another
a character specific thing. This is a system mechanic.
First of all, you're using a different game to make your point, which kind of dilutes your point, and you're using a character-specific trait from Ken to make a point against a system-wide mechanic.
But having invincible DPs or having even supers that are defensive, because what you're essentially doing is you have an invincible attack that does a lot of damage and then later leads into offense. And every character in, for the most part, except Dalsim, I believe his super glitches, it doesn't have invincibility, which was a mistake on their part, does that. So it's essentially what you're complaining about. Now you can make the case, maybe it does too much damage, maybe the advantage is too high. Obviously it was plus 17, now I think it's plus 9, referring to heat engages in general. So we can have that conversation. But to make the claim that, oh my God, this is new, this is like unheard of, dude, it has existed in fighting games for as long as fighting games have been up, like for as long as they've been played.
Dave, the problem is when I have conversations like this, people use other games to make the point, and this happens a lot. If you can't use the game that we're talking about to make the point, then the point is lost. You can't use a 2D fighting game, let alone Street Fighter, to make a point about Tekken. Like, this existed in Tekken from 7. It was never in Tekken before. So in the Tekken vacuum, it is new. And the way it exists in Tekken 8 in season 1 was also brand new. We've never seen anything like that.
There are a lot of stuff that used to exist in the old Tekken games that if they were to be brought back, most people would complain. So
no, that's not true. We're complaining. That's not true. We're complaining at the fact that they took shit out. Like, they took out chicken, for example. There's an iceberg picture of all the shit they took out of Tekken, and it kind of relates to defensive stuff that we actually wanted, and they took it out. So I don't think people would be.
People don't want.
What do you think people would complain about?
I don't know. Counter hit launchers for one thing. Like, that was like one of the most complained about.
What?
Mike, let me tell you, my friend, I just turned 40, and this is what I learned, and I've been around for almost as long as Tom Brady. There's no subjective truth when it comes to fighting games. Like, I generally mean this, right? For example, I'm a guy who won with Freddy zoning. If you put that type of zoning in, most people are like, this is the scrubbiest thing I've ever seen. Get this shit out of my game.
That's because they're bad and they don't understand fighting games.
Fair enough. But Tom won with putting something on the screen that couldn't approach him. People hated that. And I think, given the modern context of fighting games, and the best example is literally just Sagat, who just got released for Street Fighter 6. The boomers like me will tell you, bro, what's up with the Tiger Shot? They're not working, Well, he's not a zoning character, bro. Like, there's evolution. Stuff changes. Not everything has to be perennial. Not everything has to be forever, right? Sagat is now.
They reversed it?
What's that?
Why do you think they reversed it?
Reversed what?
The Power Crush. They reverted Power Crush to what it used to be. Why do you think they did that?
How did it revert to Power Crush what they used to be?
In Tekken 7, it didn't lead into a heat. It wasn't a heat engager. In Tekken 8, it was. They reverted it now, so it no longer activates heat.
Well,
what I'm asking is, why did they do that?
Well, I think the Tekken 8 is a much more offensive gameplay. It has a lot more offensive game plan. I'm sure you would agree. So yeah. I would say, whether you agree with it or not, that was the game's best defensive mechanic. Now, again, we can argue about the details. Maybe it was too strong. And again, I think that's a great point. But there's no question that mechanic was defensive by nature, just like a DP is defensive by nature. In Street Fighter V, the fact that Luke gets follow-ups and Sagat in that game doesn't, yes, that's what determines tier lists. That's just how fighting games work.
Yeah, but like that okay, that doesn't really answer the question. Also,
it was double dipping, is Mike's point. It was double dipping as defensive and offensive. You didn't just get your turn back, you got an almost game over scenario in your favor.
Yeah, and people weren't using it as a defensive mechanic because most of them were safe as well. So they were just throwing it out there as part of the offense. So it kind of defeated its purpose. But you said earlier that people were getting mad at counter hit launchers coming back to Tekken. I'm just wondering, what Tekken still has counter hit launchers. What did you mean by that?
Not as much as they did in Tekken 7. For example, I'll give you the perfect example. It's Noctis in Tekken 7, right? That's my main character. The character is very, very basic by nature. And you look at the way CBM, for example, used to use that character and used to beat Arzen Ash, and at some point he beat Knee. it's a very simple mechanic, right? You just kind of like turtle, and then you fish for like up forward one or forward one plus two, and good stuff would happen, right? Um, I don't think he's an overpowered character, but just having something like, the up forward one or Steve's back one or a Magic Four in Tekken 7, in which they launched most of them, like Katarina's 4-4, for example, it was really, really strong. And that's in a game in which offense was a lot worse. So have fun trying to like break somebody down at the, not necessarily at the highest level, but even at like, like semi-high level. You're gonna struggle a lot. So I don't agree with everything Namco's done with Tekken 8, but I understand the perspective and why they kind of made the game what it was, because you're looking at um, the way Nee plays, the way Arzen plays with Zafina, the way CBM played with Noctis, and they're like, you know what? We don't really want the game to play like that. I mean, these guys are just like backdashing like 70% of the match and just like spamming counter launchers. We don't want our games to play like that. I think they overdid it in Tekken 8, but I can understand the thought process and why they did what they did. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand the thought process. I just don't agree with the execution. GGBHTG said, for Dave to be right about Power Crush, moves would have to only heat engage after absorbing a hit, which already makes them unsafe to safe, unlike Tekken 7.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get his perspective. Um, so what he's saying is they should have
For them to
armor,
be a
but not.
defensive mechanic, they wouldn't heat engage unless they absorbed the hit, rather than they could just throw it out, and if it hits for any reason, you still get heat engagement.
But again, I encourage people to think more broadly about this concept. What is a counter hit launcher? Well, not only do you stop your opponent's offense, you get a huge combo. Guys, again, its existence in Tekken since its conception. It has existed in fighting games for 30 plus years. This whole talking point is inaccurate. It's a facade. It's always been like this. The best characters, at least the best defensive characters, like if I'm using Sub Zero, like in Tom's example, and I'm using the Ice Clone, and I stop you from moving, and you move at the wrong time, not only do I stop you from advancing, I also freeze you when I get a combo. This is so simple and basic to fighting games that how many more examples do I have to give? Like, how many more? What other fighting games do you want me to give
Okay,
you? Like,
let me ask you a question then, Dave. You know, Virtua Fighter has kind of been seen as a game that doesn't have any of these things. No supers, none of this Power Crush stuff. It's got its own mechanics. It's its own thing. Do you understand? Like, you're saying these things have existed in fighting games for 30 plus years. They don't exist in Virtua Fighter. Virtua Fighter has its own things, right? No super moves, no power crushes. If they put those things in the game, given the fact that Virtua Fighter is very, very offensive as well, and the Virtua Fighter crowd turned around to you and said, "We don't like this," would you use that same argument?
And would you say they're crying?
I wouldn't say either because I'm too ignorant to comment on the game's meta and its history. Usually, when I'm talking about fighting games, and again, everybody I think has their limit. My limit is Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, and Tekken. Again, I just turned 40. I played those games when I was 5 to 10, right? So not competitively, of course, but that's my mindset. And if you going to name me Guilty Gear examples, Virtual Fighter, I'm too ignorant to comment on those games. I'm not qualified by any stretch of the imagination. All I can tell you is that for those three games, all defensive mechanics for the meta characters led to offense. That's just how fighting games work, at least for those three.
Okay.
Dave, can I
Let's
ask you a question? What did I cry to you about an MK9? I'd like some examples.
If I framed it like that, I apologize to you. That was not my intention. I think we all cried. I think I'm criticizing your perspective as far as, oh my God, Dave, I don't care about balance. Tom,
No, what I mean is
lie, people.
I don't care about it.
false, dude.
I will accept imbalance if it means everyone gets to have their own shit and figure it out. Because a good fighting game is by nature an imbalanced fighting game. There is no other way around that. Meaning that, again, for all archetypes to truly be represented, it's going to cause balance through imbalance. And that's what makes great fighting games. That's why, despite all of MK9's problems, it's still considered the best Mortal Kombat game of all time by a lot of the community that was around for all these. Because in that triangle of offense, defense, and grappler, you have many archetypes. Like I've always said, for offense, you've got pressure characters, mixed characters. Trapping can be a form of offense. You've got high flying characters who are all over the fucking place and going crazy. All type of versions of offense. Defense, you have zoning, you have anti-zone, counter zoners, which are a form of defense as well. You have lame out characters, like the lame out and runaway aren't always the same thing either. They can be a little different on different ends of the spectrum of defense. Some form of trapping can be defensive also. There's different form of grapplers. And this kind of represents everyone's skill set. Anyone who will ever pick up a fighting game, their skill set, something that resonates with their skill set, would be in the game. Now, the price you pay for this is it's a balance of imbalance, because no one archetype or on any end of offense, defense, or grappling beats them all. So some versions of defensive characters will be very difficult for some versions of offense characters. You could have a one kind of defensive character that will be a problem and beat a pressure character because they can't get near them. But that same defensive character will lose to a high-flying offensive character who's all over the place and going crazy, and you can't contain them like that. So you don't say defense beats the offense. It's this version of defense gives this version of offense a problem, and this version of offense gives this version of defense a problem. And grapplers, some grapplers can give some defensive characters a problem if they can't keep them out, but do poor against zoners. Also, some offensive characters can do well against grapplers, where a lot of them will do poorly against grapplers. And you're going to run into these situations where it's 5-5, this is a 7-3, this is a 6-4. And this is seen as, when you focus on the bad matchups, as imbalance. But that's what makes a fighting game. You play your way. You can choose to play a better character, which people still do now in the quote-unquote balanced ones. Nowadays, the game is balanced. Their character loses 5.5 to, whatever, by a 0.5 margin. Oh, it's a bad matchup. Next character. So they do that now. Surely they could do that then. So you can choose to stick it out with your character who resonates with your style. For me in MK9, Sub-Zero was better for me with Cabal. If I went to Cabal, I would not do as well as I did with Sub-Zero. It just does not work for my skill set. So I am willing to put up with the 7-3s and say I would much rather figure out a way around these 3-7s, which most of the time I did. You guys are great players, Dave, so it's not always possible because players are great. Even in matchups that my character lost 7-3, I could say I was still outplayed. I put you in my scenario and I didn't deliver. I didn't get it done. You made better reads, better guesses. But my quote-unquote scenario, your scenario, this guy's scenario, it all exists. Now, none of it exists. It's only this scenario exists. Do that or don't play. That's the problem with modern fighting games. So really, you can make them more balanced by stripping away things, but that's not what makes a good fighting game. A good fighting game will always be imbalanced, period.
Well, okay, you're referring to, Mike, let me give you this perspective.
Tom just before you do, Dave, I just want to quickly read out this super chat. Vizharan, thank you for the 5,000 ARS. Perfect parry in Street Fighter 6 is a defensive mechanic that gives you offense, but extremely scaled. Power crushes, engagers just give too much advantage. Yeah, I think that's a very good example because perfect parry does its job and it doesn't overwhelm when you fight back. Power crushes just, well, as they were in Season 1, just completely overwhelmed the whole matchup.
And but also, ironically, Tom, let me just say this if I may, please. Ironically, the perfect parries got nerfed, and you can argue that defense in Street Fighter 6 got nerfed because now you have to time high and overheads with a back perfect parry, the lows with a down back perfect parry. Because what people were doing, especially in Season 1, they were like just randomly tapping perfect parry, like, oh, did it perfect parry or not? If it didn't, I'm still safe. If it did, I get, I don't get too much damage, but I get some kind of reward. And by the way, the reward doesn't necessarily have to be related to damage. It could be like in Season 1, Ken's example, I get to wall carry you and then I get to throw loop you. So again, please, folks, think outside the box. I don't want. I'm going to say this one last time because I think again, everything you guys have just mentioned, including me. Yes, good defense leads to good offense, and that's what makes top tier characters. As far as Tom arguments is concerned, um, the reality is Tom is approaching this from a Super Turbo perspective, right? Because he thinks if I'm using Zangief and this guy's using Guile and I do throw Sonic Booms that I pay perfectly, I should be able to win. And if this guy is using, I don't know, a high offensive character and I use Zangief, he has to come in, then I have the advantage because I'm better up close. There's been an evolution to fighting games. The way these these games are balanced now is not the super turbo or Street Fighter 2 way. They're balanced by in this era by strong universal mechanics. What's the drive system in Street Fighter 6? It's a strong universal mechanic that gives you like 5 different options, right? What's the cameo system in MK1? Essentially, any fool can pick Tremor, do a stupid string, and still be plus. Any character can do that. What's Tekken? What's Tekken 8?
You sound
system,
like
right?
you sound like a Marvel representative saying their movie should be watched by more people because they're more balanced and they get more characters involved. The problem is, hold on. Nobody gives a fuck because they don't go see them. I have heard arguments, not just from you, Dave, but even on the Mortal Kombat side, who'd made arguments that they can't even defend. A lot of times we engage a lot, but you know this. There are a lot of people, some of our friends, who have made these balanced arguments and pointed out they point out things about Tekken, these other games that are more imbalanced than MK, and the end of MK11 when it was super balanced. They really fixed a lot of the problems. And MK1, the balance, it's more balanced than any of these other games. Yet they bring some of the most broken games ever, put them up quote unquote broken against MK1, and those games beat the shit out of it. So more times than not, when you take the pinnacle of balance as a fighting game and put it up against another fighting game considered significantly more imbalanced until the people show up, let's see what game gets entered more, the balanced game doesn't do very well. The imbalanced game gets everybody.
I hope we get to the numbers for any of the games. I would love to talk about that. I think that's an easy.
I would love to do Mortal Kombat's numbers.
We will do that. Yeah, we'll do that in a second. I didn't say that any fighting game is fundamentally balanced. If you want to play a balanced game, go play chess. But even in chess, somebody has to start first, right? The point is, what I said is that they're balanced differently, and they're balanced around strong universal mechanics. And then what I was going to get to is the Tekken 8 Heat system. Anybody can do it, and that's the way Namco choose to balance. Now you might ask, why? Why don't we go back to the old formula? Well, again, there's been an evolution to fighting games. Stuff changes all the time. Quick example I'm going to pull out of my ass. Resident Evil, if you guys grew up with that, used to be like more survival horror. Now it's all like action-based. You fight these weird things. I don't know what the hell is going on, right? I disagree. But I can understand why Capcom went in the direction. So I encourage people to think the same thing, right? Nothing is perennial. Stuff changes. Why? Because they want to make more money. They want to expand their audience. They want to think about new ideas. It's part of the creative. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let me look at the evolution of Mortal Kombat, which is what we're all here for. The evolution of Mortal Kombat. MK9 had 3 EVOs. MKX had 2. Those 3 EVOs were very well received. The 2 EVOs for MKX were well received. Then I look at Mortal Kombat 11. Mortal Kombat 11, a game that we all know sold how many copies? 15 million. The greatest fighting game of all time, sales-wise, correct? As far as sales go. Most people forget this because of COVID.
Smash Bros. Has it beat though?
The traditional fighting game, you know what I mean? As far as I'm not going to get into
the big old school 3, right? Let's not get
you know what I mean? I'm not
going
to get in that debate.
No, we're not
going to do that. But other than Smash, which is its own thing, I never Smash because there's too many of them. You'll never win. So, as far as traditional fighting games, not like Smash, which I guess we can call a fighting game, but it's its own thing. It doesn't play like the traditional ones. MK11 would be the most successful. Yet, most people don't remember this. In January, they normally announce all the games that at EVO, correct?
Mm.
Do you know, in year 2 of MK1, in that January, before COVID, MK11, not MK1, was not an EVO. A game that sold 15 million copies was excluded from EVO. And the only way it made it back into Evo is that was the COVID year, which then they went to Evo Online. So they pretty much put every game in there because of Evo Online. And then it's online. And it wasn't even a giant tournament. It was everything was regional because online isn't still not where we want it to be. And then, then they brought it back, the final 2 years post-COVID, 22 and 23. But that was kind of when the FGC was rebuilding. After COVID, everyone's back there. So they probably put as many games as they, could in there. Without COVID, MK11 would have had one Evo and would have never come back, ever. And this is the most successful fighting game sales-wise ever made. Can you imagine the game that sold more than any other fighting game ever was dropped from Evo after the previous year having 1,500, more than that series has ever had, and it sold more than any fighting game ever, and after 1 year they said, get out and don't come back unless a virus strikes the whole world, which it happened to happen, right? But basically, do you know how bad the people have to dislike their game for that? And you know what? The MK community wasn't even mad. Good riddance. That was the problem. I mean, it was that bad. It was so I'm like, that game was supposed to be at that time the most balanced MK ever. And they were like, get out. MK1, their first Evo, they were at the bottom of the barrel. Again, with all that they had. Bottom of the barrel. And now this year, what did they have? 371. MK in 2011, MK9 had 512. 512 for MK9. We're in 2025 and we get 371. In fact, the second year for MK9 had 304. So year 2 of MK9 had 304. Year 2 of MK1 had 377. I would like to think that in almost 20 years of quote unquote evolution, Mortal Kombat could surely bring more people than that, especially since MK9 is so broken and all these other fighting games are so broken. And MK is the new pinnacle of balance, and NRS is trying very hard to balance it. But at each turn, these more imbalanced games seem to garner more support from their community than Mortal Kombat. Even Tekken, despite that they still shit on the game and put it into the ground. And Nee and Arslan Ash did make side comments that I wonder why Tekken lost X amount of people from year 1 to year 2. It still crushed Mortal Kombat. Still crushed Mortal Kombat. All these communities and all their imbalance still seem to show up and support more than the game that has all this balance now. And the difference is MK will say, no, it isn't the game. It's the conspiracy. The world hates us. The airlines charge us more. Our players are too young and too broke. It didn't sell in Japan. I never heard Tekken say, well, Australia didn't buy it that much, so that's why our numbers are down. No. Mortal Kombat players are fucking stupid. And they make these dumb arguments that don't hold, that when you put them into practical use, yes, should the more balanced fighting game where you're trying to make every match 5-5, should that game, should it appeal to more people than the more broken ones? Yes, but they don't. Because to make things 5-5, you've got to take and take and take and water down as much as humanly possible to make everything as close to 5-5. And what MK1 did, they correct. Okay, we'll give you more power levels. If you like vortexes, if you like safe mix, unblockables, blah, 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 blah. Something that they swore they were staying away from. That's why the games launched more watered down. And then they say, okay, we'll give you this back, but we can't give you the defense. We can't give you this. And to do it in the era of balance doesn't make any sense because you're still tilting the scale more toward offense than defense. And even when you try to make it more balanced, so more matches are more even, your game is in the shitter. And this is not me trying to hate on the game. It just is what it is. It is the facts, and the numbers back this up. So, yes, I agree with you, Dave. It should be the evolution. But it should say something. When MK...
Mike, I'll ask you this question. I encourage everybody to watch a recent video by Broski.
Mm.
You can tilt the numbers in such a way because he was trolling to downplay Aki, right? But he did it in such a way that he left out a lot of other information, right? Everybody can do that. Mike, you asked the question. I'm going to ask you the question. What defines greatness of a fighting game? Is it the sales, the competitive numbers, the balance, the net code? How do you define greatness? You asked the question. With all the respect, I'm throwing it back at you.
I'll tell you.
I
Tom, I asked Mike with all the respect.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't hear you.
I think that a great fighting game shows retention. It doesn't have to necessarily have the most players, but I think if you've got a game, let's say for example, you've got a game and it's going to be supported for like 5 years, like Tekken 7, 5, 6 years, and it's able to grow and retain players. I think that there's probably something special there. I think some games sell off name value alone, which Mortal Kombat does a very good job of, and I understand why. But I think a great fighting game stands the test of time. Games like Third Strike, it doesn't have the biggest player base, but it's still a ton of fun. Capcom vs SNK2, Tekken 7 is a great fighting game. It grew and grew and grew over time. I think I would look at retention more.
Dave,
and
can I
see,
ask
and
you a question?
even Melee, actually, Smash Melee is a really good example. It came out in 2001, and people, say what you want about the community. There's a lot to say about them.
They built their own emulator just for it with GGPO.
Yeah, that's a love. That's real love for the game. Like whatever we say about the Melee community, and I really can't stand a lot of them. I do have to respect the fact that they stuck by their game, and the reason they stuck by their game is because the game is genuinely good. That's a strong fighting game when you've got actual player retention, and you've got player retention both in the tournament scene and you've got it in the casual scene, which some fighting games do actually have for a very long time.
Dave,
Mike,
can I ask you a question as well?
Yeah, I'll let you. Let me just respond to that comment, and you can ask me. You just called the game good. I think, for example, Third Strike is one of the most awarded games of all time. It's
Wait, what game did I call good?
Well, I don't care about the numbers. I care about my personal preference, and this is what I've been trying
That's not what I
to
said.
make people. What's that?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying Third Strike in general. You said it was one of the most popular games of all time. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, it's not one of the most popular of all time. I'm saying that it was able to. First of all, Third Strike's a weird one because when it came out, everyone hated it initially, but then it had a cult following and it grew
Because
over
you know
time.
why? Because Super Turbo players like me tried it and they were like, "Where's the zoning? Where's the traditional footsies when you can parry something?" Mike, it's about preferences. Again, discussing this with people, especially like the balance, the meta, the stuff that has nothing to do with most people outside of the FGC bubble care about. This is very subjective. It's literally like arguing politics and religion. There's no
But wait,
one-way
you
answer.
asked me what do I think makes a great fighting game?
I know, and I know you
saying
mentioned
preferences is
retention.
not an answer.
But
Well,
fair enough.
Dave,
But you
let me
mentioned
ask
retention.
you. About preference. MK11 is the best traditional fighting game of selling wise of all time, right?
But Tom, even that.
Hold on. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no?
I mean, if you define
Okay.
traditional as it doesn't
Okay.
include.
Okay.
the math, but I
MK11
guess-
was considered to be considerably more balanced than games like MK9 and MKX.
Well, you're using the word balance. I don't.
Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Hold on. I just want to check the parameters. I want to make sure we're talking about the same things. So MK11, when it comes to sales, MK11 is the king of fighting games. When it comes to balance compared to other Mortal Kombat games previously, like MK9 and MKX, MK11 was still more balanced than those games comparably, right?
I think that's highly debatable, but okay, go on.
Okay, but it's considered by the community to say that. I'm not asking your opinion.
No, it's actually not. MK11 is actually considered one of the worst balanced games because.
But the MK was it said for a long time that this is the most balanced MK?
I mean, if you compare it to like
in that moment, I'm talking in that moment. Let me ask you also this: MK11 with 1,500 people at Evo was the highest any Mortal Kombat game ever had entrance-wise for any tournament ever. Correct?
That's a fact.
Okay, so I'm looking at MK11, especially at that time period, 2019 into 2020. So we're looking at year 2 of the game. It's coming off of a year in which we all know it was for its first year the highest selling of any fighting game. We know that continued. It was the highest selling fighting game of all time. It was more balanced, considered more balanced than games like MK9 and MKX. So it has the balance, the sales, and the entrance its first year. Can you explain, while hitting on all those points, which by themselves can be subjective, but collectively it tells the whole story by any metric, can you explain to me why they chose to leave it out of the biggest fighting game tournament in the world just 12 months later?
Easy, because you're judging
Preference?
success. Yeah, it's easy. You're judging the success by the FGC in the FGC bubble, right? Fatal Fury was released not too long ago. It's already on sale. I think it sold less than like what, 250,000. That's literally it. Like the franchise just literally may die. The CEO got demoted in a quote unquote, I don't know, advisor position, whatever the case might be. That's why I asked Mike the question that I did. What do you consider quote unquote greatness? Are you judging it by sales? If so, then MK11, the game, by the way, you and I is trashed on.
By every metric, this game should have been a smash hit.
I'm sorry. Well, this was a Freudian slip, but let me respond. Tom, we had 2 of our podcast members quit, run for the hills because they couldn't defend what they said. I don't want to hear this bullshit anymore, man.
I feel like I've defended what I said, though.
What I'm just saying is, by every metric, if you look at balance, sale,
you're using a metric that's FGC. That's what you're using.
No data says this game should have went from the pinnacle of arguably the most well-known fighting game franchise of all time, and this was its pinnacle. Sales, entrance, and balance, according to the community at that time.
No, it's not true. Not according to the balance.
Mike, yes or no? Early on in MK11, were they not talking about best NRS game of all time, most balanced? I'm saying that's
early on, because we came off the back of MKX.
Well, I think the patch actually made the game worse overall.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but my point is, here's a game which was seen.
But Tom, you're judging the game based on like.
Well, I'm looking at. It doesn't matter if you look at. I understand you can. What is it? What is it based off of? Sales, balance, entrance. I say sales. It's number. Hold on. That's what I care about. I say sales. It's number 1 of all time of every fighting games. Balance, supposedly at that time, number 1 out of any Mortal Kombat game. Entrance, biggest Mortal Kombat tournament ever held in history. Nothing of those say this game is heading for a cliff. By all standards, just a few months after that EVO, August, so we got September, October, November, December, 4 months after a record high that maybe no fighting game may ever see as far as sales, and a record, I mean, now MK is now competing with games like Street Fighter and Tekken at that time period with entrance, and it's supposed to be the most balanced version of their games ever. It hits every mark. Is it selling? Does everybody think it's super balanced? That's what they said anyway. And are people showing up and playing it? It's hitting every metric, and yet they said it's not coming back. None of that makes sense. That is not something we say about a game that's hitting those marks. Something had to have happened to make it Mortal Kombat go from that to off a cliff instantly.
The cliff is having bad numbers at EVO. Let me tell you this.
We just had 1,500. We just had 1,500.
Let me, if I may, Mike, and I'll promise I'll let you respond. If I'm Stephanie or
1,500,
Paulo or David Zaslav, any of those people, I don't give a fuck about the numbers at EVO. Sorry, I just sold 50 million copies. I just made,
and it still wasn't there. It still wasn't there.
500 million in revenue over one game. And oh my God, I jumped off the cliff. Why? Because EVO wasn't happy. EVO is such a minor event. That doesn't matter.
It's a minor event. Yeah, we call Sonic Fox the GOAT based on a minor event. I mean, like, there's
I have my criticism of Sonic. Again, that's you talk about. That's a strong
argument.
We're gonna get onto the Sonic Fox thing.
But I want to talk about the problems of MK. We're going on and on and on.
No, I do want to talk about it. I do want to respond to Dave though. I'm just gonna read out Tom's super chat and then respond to Dave. He said, "This guy M2Dave is great at sidestepping questions. The next knee in the making when it comes to debate." So I'm gonna try.
I wish I was half as good as
And
you.
there's a person on here who said by that metric, MK Deadly Alliance was not a success. Yes, if you're judging MK Deadly Alliance by today's standards, it's not. But if you judge it by its era, it was a huge success as far as how many entrants people were showing up. That's like saying, well, if you judge the Lakers and Celtics rivalry in the 80s that took basketball off tape delay, which was probably the most instrumental, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, in making the NBA what it was. But if you judge the numbers of how many viewers by today, that makes it a failure. You have to judge it by where the games are, where the sport is, whatever it is at the time, not take it by then and judge it by modern standards. Otherwise, you can take something by modern standards and put it up against something 50 years from now and say this is garbage. So really,
Tom, you are the
Can I
one.
just
You're
respond
the one
to
cherry
Dave,
picking.
please?
I have a work call.
Go ahead.
Dave,
Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
like you asked me what makes a good fighting game, and I think like if you can't look at sales straight away for what to determine what a good game is, because then you'd look at NBA games or you'd look at WWE games, which always sell pretty well, and you would say, oh, it must be a good game. Well, obviously we know that's not the case. You look at Call of Duty, which still sells well, but you look at the response to Battlefield and you can see straight away that people are tired of Call of Duty, but that was probably the only thing on the market for them to play. So when you ask me what makes a good fighting game, Fatal Fury is a good example because I think Fatal Fury is genuinely a really good product. It's a great fighting game, but it didn't sell well for various reasons. And I think there's other games that fall under the radar that are fantastic games. Like I, for a long time, did not give Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising a chance at all. And I finally played it at my friend's house, and I know it's nowhere near as successful as like MK or Tekken, but it's genuinely a good game. I was pleasantly surprised. So I don't think you can look at sales and go, well,
Mike,
this must be a good game.
Mike, I promise you, my friend, I'm not. I'm just telling you, quote unquote, greatness can be quantified in multiple ways, depending what
Yeah.
you mean. And again, I repeat, all this is subjective.
But wouldn't you use the word successful? Like MK11 is a successful fighting game. It's not
Correct.
necessarily that as a
By the way,
package.
I trashed MK11 to the extent that almost got banned from multiple social media. It's not the game I support, by the way, just so you guys are aware.
Yeah,
We
no,
had so much
I
drama,
understand.
Tom and I, if you know our history with Rio and Crimson, they left the pockets because we were so toxic. So, but that goes against Tom's argument. Somebody said Tom is ready for everything. No, he's not. He's literally proving himself wrong by telling you all the stuff about MK11, yet he trashed the game. The point I'm trying to make is this. He said that MK11 sold, that this, that, but just because, and the evil after that, which by the way is true for any MK game ever made, including Injustice, which is obviously, under the umbrella of NRS. There are many ways to quantify success. That's all I'm saying. And if you're an executive, guys, I used to talk to these people. I didn't work for NRS like Tom was contracted, but I know some stuff. I have friends who tested the game. I know what people think, and I apologize. I cannot get into this conversations because it's under NDA contract, right? And
well,
I don't want
to. This is something I want to ask you, Dave.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to read out these two super chats because one of them will lean into the question I'm going to ask you. But I'll read Tom's one out first. Tom, thank you for the $10. I got a balanced game, guys. Let's take a shot every time M2Dave needs to change his tampon. When he sidesteps questions and it's just wrong, some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Thank you. Don't mind Tom. He's just flagrant with his language. But this first names only. Thank you for the $5. Evo is a minor event. M2Dave. Justin won Sonic Fox. Your Evos don't mean shit. This is what I wanted to say, right? You said that Evo doesn't mean anything, and I don't believe that at all, especially given the fact that these developers
let me just clarify. It doesn't mean anything. Like in terms of financially, I don't think it. If you're an executive, again, I've had this conversation. I know what they think.
Can you elaborate on that then? When you say it doesn't mean anything in terms of sales, what does that mean?
Yes. I talked to in the elevator. I remember it as though it were yesterday. It was an NRS employee, will not name the name. Dave, we have a hard time, I quote, almost verbal, we have a hard time justifying why this event is good for a franchise.
What year was this?
That's the exact quote. That's the exact quote. I'm like, what's going on? Well, they don't see
What year was it?
It was the year. It was 2013. I believe I was competing for Injustice One.
Do you think that
2013.
stands up in 2025?
Yes, I do, because I think executives only care about profit margins as far as the sales are concerned. By the way, I'm not necessarily even agreeing with what they're saying. I was fighting against this a long time ago, and I
Yeah.
still do. I'm just saying, Mike, the only thing I'm saying, my friend, is that there's different ways to quantify greatness, to quantify success. And I think to have it rest in like one Evo is completely silly. You know it's silly what Tom
Yeah,
is
but
saying.
you're also not acknowledging the fact that there was a time where we were playing Mario Kart Evo, so it wasn't anywhere near as big as what it is now. Because now we have people coming out on stage to demo games, to show us new trailers. Like, people are paying attention to Evo. If you look at Evo numbers, they've gone up. PlayStation purchased the whole event. So to use a 2013 statement from an NRS employee that probably isn't even there anymore in
Oh,
a 2025 world
he's
where
correct.
Evo is much bigger. We even have an Evo France now. We've got an Evo Japan. Like, it's expanded because it's that big. I think that's a bit disingenuous.
Evo and streaming in general are marketing strategies.
Mm.
And if you study business in college, that's essentially what this is. And I'm coming from that perspective. Again, people are inside too much of the FGC bubble. You guys can blow me up, keep the ad hominetex going. I don't mean you maliciousness. I'm just trying to get you to understand that there's another side of the story, that people who are in the business, they think differently. They have different objectives. They have different goals. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that your criteria is necessarily mistaken. I'm just trying to make you understand another perspective. And that's how the other side thinks. They don't think it from an FTC bubble perspective. They think if I sell enough, my game is going to survive no matter what. I don't give a damn about Evo numbers. That doesn't necessarily mean that Evo doesn't matter. I think it does matter. Why would I say that? Why would I say that? I got top rated Evo. I wanted to count. And I think that's what people like. Again, please understand the other side, even if you don't agree with them.
But Dave, don't you think that their mindset has probably changed, considering Evo has changed drastically? I'm not
No,
saying
I
you
don't.
didn't have the elevator conversation. I believe you. What I'm saying is that conversation happened, what, 12 years ago? Evo's not the same event anymore.
No, absolutely. I do think that Evo does matter, but does it matter as much as, would I rather have Fatal Fury and have like, I don't know, 1,000 something players, or would I wanna sell 7 million copies if I'm the executive? Mike, you
Why
tell
not
me.
both?
Well,
I mean,
very
Street Fighter does
few.
it,
True, but how long did it take to get to that point? Because the previous game was under fire.
but Street
The
Fighter 4
previous
was it?
game, yeah, no, 305
Hmm.
was
Yeah, Street Fighter 5 was.
release was. I mean, the criticism that game released was extensive, to put it mildly and to put it politely.
Yeah, no, I remember Street Fighter 5 was not in a good spot. But what
That
I'm
was a
saying,
game that on release was even worse. It was even considered worse than MK1.
yeah, no, debatable, I guess. Probably right.
Well, to be fair, it is debatable. And to go to your point, like if I'm a competitive player, I think I'd rather play like Street Fighter 5 on release than MK1 because I like Nash, right? But again, I'm trying to make people understand that's subjective. That's not based on reality.
Well, I don't think that that's subjective. Are you talking about like the Evo numbers being subjective?
I don't, again, the numbers matter, but I don't think they matter as much as people would like to believe. And again, I'm going back to my previous conversations, my conversation with people who were involved in the technology, like in the lights and, like they heard stuff. Um, I'm not saying like I'm an insider, far from it, but I think I probably have more perspective than most people have. And I'm not making this stuff up. I'm talking, I used to talk to Ed Boon at events, like I know what they think. I just know. And I wish I could say more, but I don't want to like, engage in sharing private conversations. I don't think that's fair to people. I used to
Hmm.
talk to like the Q&A people, I used to talk to the testers, like Tom, and even Tom. I'm not going to say like what he shared about certain stuff. I protect my friends. They're my friends, and I'm not going to share like the private conversation. All I'm trying to make people understand is think outside the box. Don't think inside the FGC bubble, because there are many people who have very different perspectives about what constitutes greatness and success.
So, what do you think constitutes greatness then in a fighting game?
Well, I agree with you. I think it's a matter of everything, right? Like Street Fighter 6, for example, I think is a great product, great online, superb balance for its first year. Um, okay, single player content. Just in general, I think it's, this is more like the subjective. I think the meta is pretty fun. I like JP. I like Dalsim. Those are the characters that I used. What do you
Mhm.
think?
Yeah, I think Street Fighter 6. I don't think there's anything that you can really say to in line with it being like a bad product. I think Street Fighter 6 numbers speak for themselves. Not just sales, but like player retention. Street Fighter 6 has got, I think, more players than all of the other fighting games currently combined, playing it just on Steam. So I think it's very obvious that Street Fighter 6 has done a lot right. Whether it's the costumes, whether it's the online infrastructure, whether it's character picks. And the thing with Street Fighter, that people also cuss out Tekken for this, but they don't cuss Street Fighter. Street Fighter does resell the same DLC as well. They've resold Sagat, they've resold Akuma. Um, they're probably going to resell other characters that came out in. Was Alex base roster? I don't think he wasn't base roster in Street Fighter 5, was he?
No, he was not. I don't think it
No,
was.
they're going to sell him again. So I've always said to people, I don't think people are actually angry at the fact that Tekken is reselling characters, because Street Fighter does it as well. They always do it. I think people are just angry because Tekken's got so many problems. That's just another thing to point out. If Street Fighter 6 was garbage, then they would probably get angry at it. So that just goes to show how popular Street Fighter 6 is, that they've pretty much smashed it on every single metric. So I haven't got a bad word to say about it. But MK1, on the other hand, I know that like there's some defenders. I think you were defending it at one point, and Cherney was, but even some of its supporters have like turned on it now. I've seen Sikanda posting recently saying that the game is trash. The numbers seem to be dwindling still. So I think Tom wants to get to like what can be done to make the series good again. And I don't know, like, do you feel like the MK1 framework needs to change? Do you feel like they need to go down a different route, or do you think they should build upon what they've got?
Again, it's another generalized question in terms of what, like what sales, gameplay.
No,
Give me.
the game itself. Forget the sales, the infrastructure,
Yeah.
the characters, the story. Like, do you think they
Well,
should
again, I
build
will
upon the
start with
MK1
those,
foundation?
Mike. I will start with those 5 things that Rio talked about. If you release a game, I don't know, let's say 2027, right, 2028, and your online isn't working, I'm sorry, your game sucks. Like, it doesn't matter if the game is balanced. It doesn't matter if the game is fun. Like, if you cannot play the game with your friends online or even in ranked, it's not going to be a good game.
Yeah,
That's, I
that's
think,
a given.
minimum. That's like the bottom of the barrel. And then you get into, I do think uh, single player content matters. Again, not to me. I don't give a damn about it. But like the people, if you're trying to grow a scene, you have to catch people's attention with a story mode, with a crypt, or whatever the case might be. And just for the record, Mike, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you the way I started and how I ended up being from like 30 years almost of experience.
Yeah, but you're not answering the
Well,
question though, Dave.
go ahead.
The question is, do you think they should build from the MK1 framework?
No, I don't want cameos back.
So do you
I don't
think they
like.
should scrap MK1 and just start again?
I do like certain gameplay elements, and again, you're asking a very complicated question. I like
Uh-huh.
armor. I like the wake up system. I like up block. I like the combo system. I like the general feel of offense versus defense, even though I think zoning and defense should definitely be a little bit stronger. I just named you 5 things. If Ryu could come in this call, he would strangle me about at least 3 of them. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Everybody has different preferences. Ryu hates armor. Tom doesn't like armor. People are very, they don't like the combo breaker system because they think maybe it should be 2 bars, maybe the combos are too long, etc., etc. Because you're asking like very specific questions that a lot of people would kill you. And dude, Tom and I would yell at each other for like 30 minutes, and Rio and I, it's even worse. It's bad. It's really really bad. I wish you
But
guys.
when I ask these questions, yeah, like okay, let me try to like qualify what I'm trying to say here. MK1 disappointed a lot of people, right? So the logical answer would be no, not to bring back MK1's framework because a lot of people were annoyed by it.
But it
It
disappointed people not for the reason that you think they disappointed people because when you try to play online, it would randomly sync you and you couldn't log in for another minute. That's
Yeah, but that was in the beginning. They fixed that eventually.
well,
They fixed a lot
actually,
of problems.
they quote unquote fixed it, but it still would come back later and it would like you still have issues. Uh,
Yeah, but I
the
don't
game
think
and
that that is
well,
the
like
major thing that's kept people away.
yeah,
Like the game
like
was around for a
guys for
whole
like
year.
Mike for like a month and a half, the game was literally unplayable online. At that point,
Yeah,
why am I even playing the game? It's just like, what is this joke? Like, they're never having a Street Fighter.
but
People
Street
can
Fighter
just like
5
pick.
built its community though.
What's that?
Street Fighter 5 started off terrible and it built itself up. MK1 started off terrible and it died out.
Well, again, that's another separate discussion because Street Fighter Five has had a long community for like 30 plus years. And the MK community, again, this goes back to the stuff that Tom doesn't tell you. Hit the reset button at least 3 or 4 times. Why? MK versus DC. Then you have games like MK Deadly Alliance. Then you have MK Deception. None of those games are even remotely in the same realm of the same, right? Like they don't have the same scene. They don't have the same people. They don't have the same personalities. Tokido used to play, I don't know. Super Turbo is still around. So is Daigo. We don't have people like that.
Yeah, but we've got the modern MK scene and we've got a bunch of games in it as well.
Well, we do have some people competing, but many don't. And that's due to a variety of reasons.
Why do you think the main what do you think the main reasons are for them not competing?
Lack of legacy.
Anything else?
In MK1's case,
Hmm.
disastrous first year, catastrophic release. MK11 sold Tom has got all the numbers on deck, and that in that respect he's ready and he's accurate. However, the problem is that that game was also massively trashed by people like me and Tom, and I think rightfully so. Many people will disagree, um, but certain people still like it. So, and I want people to understand is this is all there's some type of ambiguity, some type of arbitrariness in it. You know, Street Fighter Five was yeah, it recovered at the very end, but it still would always lose to Tekken 7. And then Tekken 8 comes out, all of a sudden the numbers go down, the sales go down. Why? Well, I would argue it's difficult to keep up. You know, you release Geese, you get the hype. You release Negan, you get the hype. You release Noctis, you get the hype. It's very, very difficult to match that if you really think about it, right?
Well, that's not. I mean, that wouldn't be the reason why. We know why Tekken's numbers
That's
fell
what
off.
got a lot of the sales going though. Like a lot of people bought the game. Again, Mike, you again repeating like you're thinking of the FGC bubble. Like, but
I'm not
that's
thinking of the FGC bubble. I'm not thinking of that. That's not the reasons why. Like people outside of the fighting game community are making the same complaints about Tekken 8. You can read it on forums. You can read.
which
You
are
can
what
see it on videos. I was watching some random streamer. I can't remember what his name is. It's just some big streamer with a lot of viewers. Nothing to do with fighting games. And Tekken 8 came up in conversation, and I saw his stream chat saying the exact same shit we were saying. These guys are doing like let's talk streams. They're not part of the FGC. My brother's not part of the FGC. Everybody made the same complaint. The game is deeply frustrating to play because the offense is too high. Everyone's made the same complaint. That's why you talk about the FGC bubble. If the FGC bubble and what you're saying is true and it's only coming from us, then why would Harada make changes to the game that are going to affect people globally? He's made system-wide changes that have fundamentally changed Tekken 8, and they're still doing it
well,
because a lot of people were bitching. And if it's just the bubble, then our bubble is extremely loud enough to get developers to do what we want. So then either way, we're not irrelevant.
well, let me tell you this. Back in the day when Tekken Zaibatsu was a thing, when Shoryuken was a thing, when 8 Way Round was a thing, when Mortal Kombat United was a thing, you had to make an account. And before you make a thread, you know, you probably account had to be approved and you had to make a somewhat presentable argument if you wanted to criticize the game or a certain character, you know, to make sure you were not marked for trolling or you're not marked for spamming, you're not marked for ad hominem attacks. Nowadays, any chimpanzee can go on Twitter and completely trash a game, and even for the wrong reasons. It's not the games; it's the state of the FGC. It's completely sad, and it essentially it's best exemplified by some of the best players of all time, Nee and Arzen Ash, politicking to get each other's characters nerfed for days. If that's not pathetic, I don't know what it is. That's in a nutshell why the current FGC sucks. Like, two of the best players are literally begging Harada to get each other characters nerfed.
Yeah,
Why?
that's every community. I see
Yes.
people in Call of
And
Duty
you think
begging for
that's
guns to get
normal?
nerfed.
You think that's normal? You think
I
that's
didn't
just
say it's
another thing?
normal, but it's not exclusive to the FGC.
Well, I know. That's why. And somebody, and I was discussing this with a friend. I was like, yeah, Dave, you fool. Of course. You think social media has ruined fighting games? It ruined a lot of other stuff. And I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
but
yeah,
Dave,
man,
what you're
listen.
saying, you're kind of contradicting yourself because on one hand, you're saying the FGC is a bubble, and in the grand scheme of things, we don't matter. Our voices don't matter that much. But in the same breath, you're acknowledging that they've changed Tekken 8 a lot because of negative feedback. So, do you think that Tekken 8 has changed because of the FGC, or do you think Tekken 8 has changed because of global reaction?
Well, Tekken 8 fundamentally hasn't changed, but if you're referring to the gameplay itself, that's one thing that the FGC does have control over, right? You will never get rid of monetization, right? I heard Tom talking about monetization and stuff. Like, okay, who in the FGC is for monetization? Who's for paying more money? I don't know one person, right? But does the FGC have power over balance changes? Obviously, but I wouldn't say that's much of a power because that's not what matters to the casual audience. They don't care about who's strong, who's weak. It's the cameo system, it's the heat system. They really don't understand that at that level, like probably most of us do, because that's not the reason why they bought the game. They
That's
probably
not
bought the
true.
game
That
because
Dave, that's not true. And as a matter of fact, we've just been raided by Words of Paradise, who also plays fighting games, but I wouldn't say he's part of the FGC. His community is in here as well. They can tell you the same thing. They do care about those things. I think people that make your points and people like the developers think casual players and people that turn it on for a bit and then turn it off don't give a shit, but they do. They do. My brother cares about the balance in the game. He doesn't want to play a frustrating fighting game. It's not all about
Mike,
battle
the
passes to him.
balance doesn't matter.
Yes,
As
it,
Sajam put it, as Sajam put it on this channel, Dragonov Season 1 is a problem. It's a problem for Nee when he's used by Alsot, when he's used by Atif. Yes, it's a massive problem. You being the rank that you are at a mid level, it's not a problem for you. Your problem is you can't escape throws. You don't know how to whip punish. You don't know the frame data. That's your problem. By the
me.
way, and that's not you,
Coming, that's
but
also
all of us.
that was also said by somebody who also can't whiff punish, who can't escape throws, who has never been elite in any fighting game ever. Yeah, that's like taking MMA advice from somebody who used to get beat up every day in high school. No, I don't want to hear that. It's also from the same person who said, "Can you imagine what the modern player would do if they went backwards? Bam, bam!" And you read James Chen's tweets. He said that doesn't happen. In fact, modern players go backwards and get the crap kicked out of them. So Sajam makes a lot of points, especially how defense was overpowered, but he wouldn't know about defense since he was never a defensive player. So it's very easy to make points about things when you don't really have a full understanding. So
Before we move forward of the conversation, can I just read out some of the super chats just to catch up?
Yeah,
Is that all
please
right with
do.
you guys? Dave, don't take any offense to this, okay? It's just
No, I
Tom.
know they're coming. Yeah, that's
He's
fine.
just having some
Keep
fun.
it coming.
Tom, thank you for the $10. It's funny how this old fat M2 Dave. It's funny how this old fat M2 Dave says Eva don't matter, but isn't he the one-hit wonder Eva winner of MK9 that used Freddy Krueger that completely destroyed the game competitive at the time? Dave, do you have anything to say to that?
it didn't destroy the competitive part of the game.
Tom, thank you for the $5. Evo matters now when he has to backtrack. Nuke Static, thank you for the $4.99. MK1 was a vision from MK9 Raiden this whole time. Tom, thank you for the $5. M2 Dave sounds like a fat chick that believes in affirmations and manifesting with nothing to back it up. Dave, you okay?
I'm surviving.
Okay. Nick Stag said,
I like your audience. It's hilarious.
we want Conquest, Mortal Kombat, Crypt, Tag Team Mode, and Scorpion sub as Brothers sucks. I agree with that. And finally, Tom, thank you for the $5. M2Dave thinks all the casuals can't think. The one-hit wonder from Elm Street thinks you're all low intelligence.
Well, let me address this individual. So everything is an ad hominem tech. So, my brother, you fit in perfectly with the modern FGC. Like you are the guy, right? This is you. You're salty. Instead of actually attacking my argue, and you attack me, which is very very common. But I'm the opposite of that. None of what I said about Tom, and this is the reason why I respect Tom, unlike many other people. Tom and I have argued for years, but it's never been like personal. And yes, he did show up to console combat. And yes, he did beat me in a set that was really, really, not in his favor. But he gave me credit, and I completely respected him because that's what the FGC about. It's about growing. It's about giving people respect, whether you win or lose. It's not about engaging in ad hominem attacks. Because if all of us did that, we would be doing what we would be doing what Oz and Ash and me do all day long, which is essentially, attacking each other, attacking each other's characters, begging Harada for nerfs. That's not the way to go, man. That's the wrong way to do it. And I'm telling you, you can call me all farther along, but I do have experience, and that's not the right way.
It is experience. I want to say one thing because I want to move on to the Mortal Kombat stuff. However, I want to say one thing because people will take what I said about Sage Jam wrong. I don't believe in calling somebody wrong without talking about facts. So for example, I watched all of Sage Jam's videos. Great for the FGC, very entertaining. And the FGC is about entertainment more than gameplay. People don't realize this. The FGC is a lot like the WWE. Nobody really cares as much who's winning or losing. We care about it because it's entertaining. You could be the best fighting game player in the world and nobody will watch your stream. You could be the most entertaining fighting game player in the world and everybody will watch. So entertainment, we're all in entertainment here. Let me just say this. Like for example, the argument of defense. When defense was overpowered. Defense was never overpowered. The reason why it seemed like defense was overpowered is because defense was rarely played. So the defensive player did have advantage because he had an experience advantage. Mike and Dave, I think you would both agree, as would most, the majority of players are by nature offensive players in fighting games. Defense is a rare skill set. However, let's just do a thought experiment. If you took 100 players and put them in a bubble and said 99 of these 100 are offense and one is a defensive master, just to kind of see what would happen. Well, they're all playing each other, and then, they have like a round robin or a single tournament or whatever. Well, what you would find is the offensive players against the offensive players would be very comfortable. Nothing to see here, right? They're fighting offense all the time. 99 out of the 100 people the offensive people are playing are offensive, just like them. The defensive player has no problem against the offensive players, right? Because 99 out of the 100 people he plays are offensive. Can you imagine the advantage the defensive player has, where he has a 99-1 advantage, where I'm used to all offense all day. All everybody does is play offense against me. The offensive player plays the defensive player, and they say, what the fuck is this? Everyone I play is all rush down. Now this guy, do you do anything, bitch? Do you fight me? And the reaction is defense, although harder, which is why only one did it, is easier. Because their experience is everyone they play, rush down, offense, get in, mix, whatever. Then they come to an offensive player and the game is slower. It's harder to get in. It's harder to approach. And it's like, well, this is stupid. The offensive player doesn't realize the advantage the defensive player has is an experience advantage. However, the offensive players, they look at it like, well, the defensive is the two. The defensive player never gets credit for defense. Even Arslan Ash and me, when Tekken 8 came out, the number one critique people would have is, all they want to do is run away all day and backdash all day. And Mike made many points and say, but how many of you guys could win like that? If it's so easy, how many of you guys could pick Tekken 7 and win with defense? Most of you chose to win with offense, all while saying the defense was the easy part, but yet none of you could do it. It is always the defensive player has an advantage because he will always have an advantage in experience, because maybe 1% of people are true defensive masters and 99% of them are all offense. So it gets confused for it's easier to play defense, or the defensive has an advantage. The defensive player will never get credit. Everybody will always blame the system, right? I'm not saying I'm Sonic Fox's level, but if we could create a perfect world in which I play Sonic Fox and I have the Omega version of an ice clone, let's say I actually get lucky and beat him, nobody would say my defense beat him. They would say the clone, the advantage, the cheapness, the bullshit. But if he got on me, just ran me over and overwhelmed me, nobody would say the offense, the vortex, the this. It's always, and you can swap me out for any other defensive player against any other like top elite offensive player. The defense will always be criticized, and the offense will always be seen as like the fairness. And that's why AJM was wrong. But he doesn't have the experience to know he was wrong. That's the so I just wanted to clear that up, because I don't want it to think like I do respect SageM, and I don't speak out of ignorance. I speak out of experience.
Just want to thank Dave for gifting 20 memberships, bro. I appreciate that.
So I do want to move into the actual topic, like why I don't think MK will ever be good again. I think it's over.
Wait, hold on, Tom. Before you get into that, because I know it's going to be Dave. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still around.
Oh, okay.
I do want to say that Tom approaches this from the perspective that, look, can offense be scrubby? Yes, it can. And if you want to play MK1, you can immediately find out how oppressive offense can be. Tom, we know we have a friend, not in this chat, but someone who will convince us that zoning is oppressive, right? In MK1, even though it's not. But can zoning be oppressive? Can defense be oppressive? Absolutely, it can be. In fact, that's what I've been trying to make many people understand, especially in Tekken. What do you think sidestep hold 3-1-1 is in Tekken 5? That essentially kills somebody. It's not an offensive attack. But if you do 1-2 at the wrong time, you dash in down 4-1 at the wrong time, guess what? You die. So it can go both ways.
And I want to piggyback off that point, by the way, when you're done. I want to piggyback.
But I'm giving an example. You get the point.
Well, what I really want to say is also, and SageM and anyone could point to certain games, CVS2, that was more defensive than offensive. And he would be right in that point, where the system favors defense more than offense. However, there are some fighting games where the reason why people chose to be defensive is because for a lot of those games, and people don't tell you this, the offense was fucking busted. The reason why defense was so strong with players back then is because we played games where we couldn't get hit once. So we naturally became more defensive. So the offense was always more busted than defense in the predominant amount of fighting games. The reason why players chose to be more defensive is because you couldn't get hit. So that's why we saw a lot more defensive players from the older days to the newer era. But again, I do want to keep it on Mortal Kombat, because I know there are people that are going to be in your comments and go, I thought I was here for the problems of Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. I do just want to quickly touch on something before you go into that. I wanted you to elaborate on this point that you made on Twitter. I'm just going to read it out, and then I'm going to tell you why I want you to elaborate on it, because I did get a couple of messages from people. So it says, MK shouldn't have been at Evo the last 4 years, literally just having us watch a Fujin mirror safe mix, safe hard to blocks, and vortexes where the person put you in it gets 2 to 3 chances to guess right and reset, all this fun stuff in the era of most balanced MKs, really. And what they said to me was, and I do agree with them, is that the argument that it's Johnny, Fujin, Homelander, or whatever in MK, you can apply that to Tekken because it's been Leroy, Bob, Dragunov, Anna. So removing the mirror match argument, what is the reason for why for the last 4 years MK shouldn't have been there?
MK shouldn't have been there for a couple of reasons. For one, Mortal Kombat, for the same reason why DOA isn't there. People will look at DOA and say, no one plays it. No one's going to get entrance. But Mortal Kombat Mortal Kombat community has for years shit on its own franchise, where because MK kind of blew up. They put their big boy pants on with 1,100 people at MKX, and then 700, still almost 800 people in year 2, 1,500 people in MK11. And the MK community declared, man, these 350-man MK tournaments, they're shit. Nobody's showing up for them. We're showing up now. Well, now their numbers are just as shit. You had MK1, you had MK11, which they allowed back in Evo because the FGC was trying to rebuild. I agree, give MK a chance to rebuild after COVID. But MK11 would have never been back in there. And I feel like MK should have never been back in until they can actually demonstrate that they can actually have a good product. When Mortal Kombat, when you start having these 300 and 400-man tournaments, when you start having these 60-man majors for $10,000 and call it a pro event, if you're Evo, give another game a chance to build. Because Mortal Kombat is literally gatekeeping another community who would probably love a chance to get in there and grow. And right now, they're gatekeeping it. I mean, MK players themselves always say, Evo's not our real Evo. Our Evo's combo breaker. True or false, Mike?
Mm-hmm. True.
So why even hold it there anymore? Its numbers are low. The discontent of the game is at an all-time high. I just don't think it should be there. And the problem is a lot of these issues are caused because NRS is trying to do their quote-unquote era of balance. You know? And it causes a lot of issues in the game in which now the offense, the game was very dry early on. And then they said, okay, let's just steroid buff up all this stuff, which we said we were never going to put back in the game. But they leave other stuff out on the logic of we're not going to put stuff back in the game. Overall, the community support is not there. And we see why. It's not even the mirrors. It's the era of balance. Yet we keep seeing the same things that for years, this new community said was broken about older games. You know, if you put, to Dave's point, a newer player in UMK3 and they get touched once and in the scenario and die, they would say this is stupid. Yet we're watching Cyrex touch you one time and the match is over. People will look at pre-patch Quan Chi from Evo MKX and say this is fucking stupid for the first year of the game's life. Yet I'm watching Sindel Trimmer literally unblockable half of the people. And I'm going, this is the same stuff that the community swore was unacceptable. Despite that game had a lot more things that appealed to more players. Yet it's acceptable now in their newer games, which are actually performing worse than MK has ever performed. So I'm like, MK at this point is just on fire. And it's not like Tekken on fire where people are at least still showing up to a respectable number. The MK community is just kind of given up on it. You know, Evo is only there. Evo now only exists in the Mortal Kombat community to give Sonic Fox another medal on his quest to beat Justin Wong. Evo only exists for that purpose.
So let's move on to what you wanted to, the main part of this podcast, where you wanted to talk about how Mortal Kombat is going to become a respectable franchise again. What did you want to start off with?
So to me, in order to make it good, the how things are done is very important. How the games are made. There was something that happened after MK9 and MKX, which is money. And what happens is, as social media grew, Twitter is far bigger now than it was in MK9 and MKX. YouTube is far bigger now. Streaming is far bigger now. You know, people realized that there was opportunity to be had. And it no longer became a community of everybody being, you know, honest about things. At least people who had the power and understanding and had to really talk about their real concerns. People realize this is a land of opportunity where if I become an NRS simp and don't acknowledge the real issues, I may be rewarded with early copies of the game, trips to this or that, be able to commentate. They may, you know, restream my stream a couple times or retweet me out or this or that. They saw monetary gain or status to be gained within the community. So they were like, okay, we're just gonna play good little soldiers and not really talk about the issues. I look at MK1. When you look at MK1,
can I just say something?
Sure.
This is so comical. Guys, go on Twitter, especially a year and a half ago. Who's protecting MK1? Like,
I didn't.
guys, yes, this game, you know what? Ed Boon nailed it with the all-nighter. I mean, this
Dave,
is
let
it.
me finish.
Like,
Dave,
you
let me
probably
finish.
couldn't name like 5 people.
Dave, let me
This
finish.
is comical. No,
Let me
let me
finish.
finish this time. You've talked for like the past 5 minutes. Let me say this.
I was gone for literally 30 minutes, but go ahead.
Well, you should have been gone longer considering the point that you make. Maybe you should have constructed it more articulately.
I wasn't done.
These are comical talking points. Comical.
Okay.
The FGC doesn't have a positivity, quote unquote, sim problem. Everything is negative nowadays. Every single thing. Even when Mike and I talked about Street Fighter 6, guess what? They call it throw loop fighter, drive rush fighter, jump fighter. Like, none of this is based on any reality whatsoever. I don't know what it's based on, but it's definitely not reality.
Can you tell me some notable content creators in Street Fighter that call it this?
They call it what?
Throw loop fighter and whatever. Give me some names.
Brodsky made video in which he didn't call it that, but he said he would nerf the throw loop.
Okay, give me some more.
Anybody. Murai FGC. Vesper Arcade. He didn't put it in those terms, but I think a lot of people want that.
Can you give me some top Street Fighter content creators?
I just gave you. They're all top of the top.
Okay. Now, can you give me?
By the way, don't even ask me about Tekken. I will literally name everybody. Like,
okay.
I mean,
okay. So
that's the easiest.
Hold on. Let me
finish.
Let me finish. So what you're telling me is the Street Fighter community is being negative by calling it throw loop fighter, right? Hold on. Let me write this down. Throw loop fighter, and amongst other things, correct, about the gameplay. Tekken, the community has been quote unquote crying and complaining about all the offense and things like that, correct? Pretty much.
Tekken 8 is the worst by far.
You name it and they've talked about it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You want names or not?
Okay. Now in Mortal Kombat, can you tell me all the top content creators who talked about just how garbage the game was during this first year and all the problems it has?
Oh, easily.
Give me them.
Foxy, Tweety.
Nope.
100% true.
Really? Because I can go to some of these people's
Aquaman.
channels.
Hold on. Mr. Aquaman, who you have publicly criticized. Mr. Aquaman came on our podcast. Which
I haven't publicly criticized them.
Well, maybe not publicly, maybe privately so. But the point is, you have said stuff about some of these people, about how you didn't call them shills, but you did say that they're, I don't know, like unfairly protecting the game. Nonsense.
Okay. Here's what I know. Here's what I know.
You know this. You know this.
Okay.
There's no abundance of positivity in the current FGC. That's just nonsense.
Okay.
Everybody can make a fucking 280 character post, trashing whatever the fuck they want. That's what they usually do. You go around, you get your ass kicked by, I don't know, JP. You talk about how he's broken and the game sucked. That's the standard. That's not the exception.
Okay. So let me look at this here. So you named a couple of people. So I can promise you that half of the people you can name as top content creators for Mortal Kombat, if you go back and watch their videos during the first year, and Mike knows because we covered these, they had countless videos about the game is saved. It's the best version of the game ever made. True or false, Mike? A lot of these very same content creators during the first year would call us quote unquote doomers, correct, Mike? In fact, we had been directly accused by multiple people. We did the video about Tweety of grifting for views, correct? Not one of them said Tom Brady and Mike Hollow are telling the truth. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, when MK1 first came out, I believe I was the first one to say this. I said MK1 system cannot work. Because while it is a quote-unquote assist fighter game, the problem is assist fighters have certain other mechanics that allow assist fighters to exist and not be restrictive and have the assist be more part of the game, such as super jump, push block, amongst other things. Otherwise, you'd be locked down forever without restricting the assist. Said MK1 made an assist game but didn't put in core elements of the assist game, now dubbed Not Your Grandfather's Assist Game, which just means not every other assist game ever created. And the problem is, the best ability, is this not my saying, Mike? The best ability a cameo can have is availability. That is the best ability a cameo can have. But a cameo cannot be available because half of the cameos were not well thought out. If you had Frost on a 5-second or 6-second cooldown with half of her moves, like her rush punch or her ice ball, trap, you would never get the fucking move because every 5 seconds there'd be something on the screen that doesn't allow you to move around. And you can't push block it. You can't super jump around it. You're just stuck on the ground or a very low point in the air. If Sector's missile had faster cooldown, we know what would happen if Cyrex had faster cooldown, right? 90% of these assists could never be available because it would just destroy the fucking game. So only a handful of assists can be allowed to do so. There's no fixing the problem because the way to make them all available and more useful doesn't work. The best way would be to tone down the assist and make the characters more complete so that the character does all of the heavy lifting and the assist does the +1, as opposed to this wackadoo system where the assist literally makes some characters, they can't go without it, and other characters are more complete and the assist, doesn't do as much. It just makes them even stronger. It was very obvious. And many people will say, oh, yeah, well, we all knew that from day one. But none of them said it. If you called out some of the obvious problems of the game from the beginning, before we get to the bugs and the glitches, you were called a doomer, you were called a hater, you were called salty, and every other word. And every single fucking content creator you could, or whatever name, were in this club. No one said, these people are telling the truth. These are real issues about the game. There's problems with the game that go beyond bugs, glitches, blah, blah, blah. It was called nitpicking. Give the game 6 more months until we got 6 months in. Give the game a year until we got a year in. In fact, when Chaos Reigns first came out, myself and Mike Hollow did a podcast the first week, and we said, this game is done. We said, you can tell by the reaction, it's not going to sell well, and we would not be surprised if this was the end of the content. 1 week later, a leaker comes out and says, guys, here's the bad news. They're done. 2 weeks into Chaos Reigns, it's over. They're working on the final, whatever kind of compilation pack, and we're just going to get the characters, and we're going to get one more assist that they've been working on since day one, which was Madame Bo, which you could argue they were working on from day one. Everybody called that guy a hater. Right? And yet, nobody looked at the signs and said, you know what? This is actually all pretty accurate. The game for the first year especially was called every patch in the best state it's ever been, in the best place it's ever been. Did this cameo save the game? Hold on. Hold on.
Tom, you got to stop.
You could go to Honeybee, Tweety.
Okay.
Hold on, Andy. Hold on.
Tom,
how many
up. Let it go.
How many times?
It's my turn. My turn.
How many times?
Yeah, they're all shows. They're all suck off Boone for a living.
No. How many times did I go on a major content creator?
Shut up! You've talked enough. Let me respond. You've run enough for like the past.
How many
minutes.
times did I go on a major content creator's page to hear about all the problems and the concerns to see this thumbnail? Game saved, and I'm like,
just like with Tekken 8.
Where is this criticism? Now, what these people will, before we start, what these people will do is tell you now, almost 2 years later.
Yeah, Mr. Aquaman is a shill, so is Tweety.
I didn't call him a shill. What I said was,
you're saying that I protected the game for like whatever reasons. Ironically, the reason that Chaos Reigns was sold very well is because the word got out that the game was obviously a catastrophe the first year.
Why did the word get out that the game was a catastrophe? Because it was.
Well, you were saying that too many fucking people are jacking off. Boom. That's not what you said when you were arguing.
I said the major content creator.
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. You're wrong. You're wrong about this. You know why you're wrong. There's no simping in the FGC.
I'm going to pull up the thumbnails, Mike. I'm going to pull up the thumbnails right now.
But I mean, Dave, to be fair, like I was on the receiving end of it. I had direct conversations with people. I saw them speaking about me, and I went on Twitter. Me and Tom would get dragged every day.
Mike, we had Mr. Aquaman on Burrito Voorhees and channel, very small channel. He admitted, yeah, the first year of the game was a complete disaster. But this is the guy who literally accommodates every single one of the major events for the game.
When did this podcast happen?
I'll link you to it.
When
We
did it
had them
happen?
all. Yeah, of course. I don't remember the exact date, but I'll link you to it. It's on Burrito Voorhees King Jr. You know the Gears
Yeah,
player.
yeah. Was it 2025, 2024,
No,
2023?
very recently. Not like like very very recently. Not like oh my god.
Okay, that's the point. That's what Tom is saying. When the game launched and we were talking about it in the fashion that we were getting attacked.
No, nobody was. By the way,
Yes,
you
they
guys
were. They're
mentioned.
in my videos.
Hold on. You guys say that, yet
It's
I
in
was
my videos.
literally on your side. I was the guy getting criticized for being too harsh on the game. By the way,
You know what, Dave?
so
You're
I don't want to
lying.
hear it. I don't want to hear it. The
Yeah,
reality
but
is
just
that
because you weren't, Dave, and I'm not saying you were coming after me, but we were getting criticized. I did whole
I was
podcasts on
getting
it.
criticized too. Okay, but like 2 or 3
Okay,
people.
then we're right.
No, we're not, because the overwhelming majority recognized the game for what it was, which was
We're not talking
incredibly
about the
lacking.
overwhelming majority, Dave. You're moving the goalposts. Tom was very specific. He said content creators and players were going after him, and they were.
Well, again, I don't think there's a overabundance of positivity in the FGC. I think it's the exact opposite, and I have a million examples to prove it. Do you want
But
to go into
you're
that?
moving the
Before we
goalposts
get into those
again.
There's
examples,
no moving the goalpost. If by moving the goalpost means talking reality, then yeah, you lose the
We're not
argument.
talking about the whole FGC. We're talking
Dave,
about the MK community.
Dave, you are essentially wrong, because Dave will come on here and say, why do you think all the Tekken players are crying and complaining? The negativity, the MK players, the word of mouth got so bad, all the negativity. And yet, despite all that, not a single toxic positive content creator said, NRS, do you know why everybody's overwhelmingly negative? Because the product isn't good. It's not that the Tekken community is overwhelmingly negative. They don't fucking like the product. Period. The Street Fighter.
Okay. Hold on. Let me hold you to the standard. You were the guy who said MK1. I'll find you 100 posts on, not on Twitter. It's all said on Test Your Mind. It's an old school, forum perspective. Tom complained about the low powers being low. I'm like, yeah, I agree.
For the first year, yes.
Yeah, of course. And where was Tom when Tekken 8 Season 2 was released? Nowhere to be found. Tom was found on your channel talking about people's paychecks, talking about monetization, all these other nonsense topics that have nothing to do with what are people in the real world actually discussing. He was nowhere to be found because it was unpopular to voice those opinions. Anybody
We're
can be a
talking about
charlatan.
MK, though.
Oh yeah.
In fairness,
it's
Mike has
about-
seen the screenshots and knows why I did those topics.
Well, you. By the way, Mike, I don't think is the problem, because he actually at least has people like you and me on who have very different perspectives. People like Mayman, Sweet, FDX, they're just literally jacking off the nerves. They're like, yes, give me that nerve. Yes. At least he's not doing that. I do respect that. Tom, you have lost your way, man. You used to actually have a point. You actually used to have a perspective.
I do have a perspective.
You have no more perspective. Your perspective is, let me read Twitter. I'm like a typical politician. Let me see where, let me put my finger in the air, lick it. Let me see where the air is going. Okay. People hate power levels. Let me just kind of shut up about that.
I don't think
I actually never cared about that. Like, Tom, that's you. That's literally you.
But
That's
wait, Dave, can I just push back on that, because you're saying that Tom hates high power levels, but you're using Tekken as the example and moving away from Mortal Kombat.
Well, I'll say something about that too. I'm a fan of high power levels. What I am not a fan of is picking which power levels do and don't get to be high. I am not a fan of people saying the defense is too strong. I'm okay with people saying, I think the defense is too strong. Give us more offense. Because if Tekken still had its old Korean backdash, if it had the sidestep from games like Tekken 6 and things
which
like
people bitched about.
Hold on. But people are not saying, give us more power offensively to match what we perceive as more defensive power. They are saying, remove all your defensive power and then give more offensive power so that you can't move or breathe unless I can safely try to end your life. That is the different story. And then what you see is a push for, I am not against high power levels when people get to pick and choose which power level is high. Well, this should be high. That should be high. You want to run away? No, that should be gone. You want to zone me out? That should be gone. Or you want to backdash and sidestep all day? You shouldn't be able to sidestep anything, and your backdash should be cut in half. I don't agree with that.
The first people to nerf zoning any fighting game are these people that you're literally deferring to. While the most,
I'm looking for my videos now so I can kind of show some proof here.
Well, find the videos that
Can I just say something to Dave with regards to these topics? One thing I've noticed that you do, bro, is that when we're talking about one game, you try to invoke another game to make the point. And I think it's very important to stay within that game, because you need to understand that power levels are going to be relative to that game's universe or that game's infrastructure. So high power levels in MK, with regards to what Tom Brady is saying, is one thing, but you can't translate that logic to Tekken. It's a completely different game. It requires different things for the player base to accept it. So when Tom is backing away from talking about power levels with Tekken, it's because we never asked for that over there. Nobody asked for it. It was asked for over on Mortal Kombat, which is a completely different game. You can't keep switching franchises to make your point. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, in the case of Tekken 8 Season 2, I think the power levels are actually very low, conscious to what they, Tom, hold on, conscious to what they used to be. If Tekken players were to play Tekken 5.0, Tekken 5 DR, Tekken 6.0, but an arcade-only version.
I played all those games.
Was that?
I played all those games.
I'm talking about not just necessarily like talking about people in general, right? Talking about Tekken Tag 2 with the Rage. I mean, do I really? I mean, it's not even a prediction. It's like something a chimpanzee can predict. They all will cry, call the game broken. It's unfair. Go on Twitter, complain. You know, stuff people complain about right now. And then you have top players pretending they're honest. Jack O'Farada, beg for nerfs.
One thing you need to consider, Dave, is that complaining will happen. 100%, you're correct. But the rate of people complaining will differ per game. So they will complain when they go to Tekken Tag 2. And they will complain on Tekken 5. But will the complaints be as monumental as Tekken 8? And I don't think they will. I think there's too much to complain about at Tekken 8. And the main thing that you need to remember with Tekken 8 is that it's not all about balance. Tekken 8 has genuinely unfun mechanics in the game, which is the main thing that people are pissed off about. Heat is not a fun mechanic. That's the main problem here. It's unfun to interact with. It's unfun to be on the receiving end of. There's things in Tekken Tag 2 that I know when people, if they do a collection and people get their hands on it, they're going to get pissed off at. But the rate of complaining, I don't think is going to be anywhere near as high as Tekken 8, because they introduced a brand new mechanic that we've never seen before. We've never had Mita as a universal option, a universal mechanic other than Akuma, which was one character. This is the first time it's ever happened. Of course, there was going to be complaints when you're meddling with something that has worked for so long. So I don't think the rate of complaining will be the same. They'll still be complaining, but they won't be complaining the way they are now.
So let me just say a couple things, because again, this is what I mean also. When you made that thing, Mike, and I'm very seen as someone who brings up the Fujin mirror, the Johnny mirror, but you know, there's a lot in between. The video in which I made that point was after Final Combat, in which I said, we're told this is the most balanced, most fun, most everything of MK.
100% fabrication.
Hold on.
Nobody said
it is
that.
not. It is not. I actually have. I did a video of it in which I did a
Okay.
video. Help me God. If I have to sit here and have Mike Hollow play the whole goddamn 20-minute video, I will.
Nobody at the end, Tom, nobody at the very end of MK11 ever believed that the game was. In fact, the game got progressively
You're not letting
worse.
me finish.
So why are you using
You're
this
not letting me finish. You're not
and
letting me
pretending it's done? Well, let's finish, but can you be like at least like somewhat honest, please?
As far as I know, for the large part of Mortal Kombat 11's life, a lot of the content creators said it was the best MK of all time, most balanced MK.
I don't care. We know what the game was.
The problem is, I'm talking in the context of the top content creators, and you're saying I don't care what they have to say. What about Jimmy 56? He was complaining.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're like saying, okay, this one guy, this podcast said this.
I'm saying no.
You have Tom. You have a guy. It's me. It's M2Dave. Call me accountable. You like real. But Tom said this. Rio, I don't give a fuck what Tom
I
is saying.
specifically asked you, M2Dave, for the top content creators and what they are saying. And you responded with, but Jimmy 56 is blah, blah, blah. I didn't ask you about Jimmy 56. I want to know what was being said by the people that have the majority on. You don't care.
Tom, Mike invited you and me to be on the podcast. Can we talk about our opinions? And not like people said, in 2023, in the February 26th. I don't give a fuck. Let's talk about what we think. Are you ready to do that, or do you have to like navigate from the topic?
Here's the thing: if me, MK Tom Brady, does a PowerPoint presentation of this, and I back it up, there it is. There's the data. But the toxic positive content creators say that's dooming over there. The game is in the best state ever. You know what NRS says? You're right. Haters, that's not a problem. The game is fine. So it doesn't matter if Jimmy 56 says whatever. They say, who the fuck is Jimmy 56? We don't care what MK Tom Brady say. We don't care what Mike Hollow has to say. But these guys, man, these guys are the truth tellers. This is the problem. This is the problem. What I'm trying to say is, in fact, after Final Combat, what my video actually said was, I watched the Final Combat in which the top 8 was literally 2 characters and 2 cameos for the entire top 8. I said, no, I'm going to go back and I'm just going to factually talk about what happened in the last few meaningful and biggest Mortal Kombat tournaments ever. The second to last, the last Evo for MK11, I went back there, was a Fujin mirror. Then I said, Final Combat was the same character in the same 2 characters in cameos, ending in a Johnny mirror. Then I revisited it after Evo and I said, then this Evo was also a Johnny mirror. I said, literally, my problem isn't that this doesn't exist in any game, but in the games it does exist. Those communities don't have your biggest content creators shouting from the top of their lungs that the game is in the best state it's ever been. I specifically, in that video, and I will have Mike play the whole fucking video if I need to, said and brought up point after point of all these people saying this is the best state the game is ever in. This is the best state the game is ever in. Content creators with 100,000, 500,000, 80,000, all with thumbnails like best state ever. And I'm like, what am I watching? 2 characters and 2 cameos almost a year into the game when it's supposedly in the best state it's ever been in, and anyone who says otherwise is glooming and dooming? Here's what they say about that. Wow, that's a good point. No, hater, doomer, just salty bitch. And if that happened to Tekken, if the Tekken had a top 8 in which it was only 2 characters for the whole top 8, the Mortal Kombat community would riot and say, and that's the game y'all talking about? This is the problem. The Mortal Kombat community as a whole has a massive feedback problem in which any critical feedback is dismissed as negativity and hating. Surely the NetherRealm Studios should be able to use their brain to cipher out who has no... Look, I don't need to... I know right now, I can tell the difference between an idiot and an actual doctor. I don't sit there and say everyone's complaining about XYZ. I know who to listen to. I can tell someone who's intelligent and who's an idiot who knows nothing about medicine. I don't have to sit there and say, I wonder who I should listen to about my medical advice. NRS also can say, who should we listen to? They understand that random idiots shouting at the top of their lungs who can't give any possible criteria or examples, whether there's a problem, they know not to listen to those people rather than just lump everybody and say they're negative. Mike Hollow, moron. Tom Brady, moron. Lou Streets, is that the biggest hater ever? These are people who know your games, who give real criticism. Ninja Killer, when he says there's no defense in the game. Oh, well, he's just salty because he can't.
The guy who played MKX. Like, stop. Like,
and that's not my point.
Stop this fucking propaganda. That's the biggest propaganda fucking
Dave, can we deal with... So what I'm saying is that that NRS
You
There is
have no credibility on this topic.
I have no credibility. I'm one of the most decorated
Tom,
NBA players in history. I have
talk.
plenty of
You
credibility.
run your mouth for like 10 minutes, and I let you talk. By the way, guys, test
Notice
your
how I let
mic.
Dave
Like
talk
literally,
forever and like
Tom, shut up. 50 user website. Colt, Lord, Paulo Garcia browses the forum at least once a week. Why does he do it? Not because he wants to, get exposed or whatever. He browses because he's a decent human being who cares about the game and who cares about feedback. By the way, he is the same guy who's the lead, the gameplay designer for like the past, I don't know, maybe 25 years for Mortal Kombat. So 50 user website, and I'm sure he's doing more, even more on Twitter, even more on Reddit. So why are we being malicious? Why are we
the
being
company that cares
How is
about
that
feedback
malicious?
turns their comments off.
Well, according to Tom's topic, everybody fucking sips the game and everybody like jacks off at Boone.
This is
It's
Dave.
nonsense.
Dave is in denial. Dave, again, chat. We all know that there
Tom, you
are.
can appeal to popularity, doesn't make you right.
Oh my
The
gosh.
Yeah,
reality
well,
is this.
Dave, like you are being dismissive because I have it on my channel documented, screenshots, videos, podcasts of this happening when the
And
game
I have
came.
documented of FDX being beat up because he somewhat defended the season 2 patch.
I'm not talking about FDX. I'm talking about the MK
Well, I
community.
mean, if you want to go to extremes, I can go
You
to the
keep
same
on
thing.
no,
Literally,
Dave. You keep on
FDX
deflecting.
We keep
FDX got
deflecting
threatened
constantly.
physically.
Why are we talking about
Physically.
FDX?
That's
Because
exactly.
you want to take it to extremes, I can give many other
It's
examples.
not
an
taking it to extreme.
No, wait, hold on. Okay, wait, let's
You
stop.
are talking stupid
Dave,
shit.
wait, hold on. It's just not an extreme to point out that it did happen, and that's it. VDX doesn't come into this. It's
You
nothing
can
to do with
name
it.
Mike. You can name anybody defending something at some point. It's the internet. It's literally like the way
No,
reality
Dave,
now works.
you made a point earlier in the podcast, and you
Go
said that
ahead.
these content creators and players weren't doing that when the game came out, and you tried to use Aquaman as an excuse, but then you clarified and said it was very recent when he went.
Why didn't Chaos
Hold
Reign
on,
solve everything?
hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Hold
Tell
on.
me why did
No, I'm not
Chaos
finished,
Reign
Dave. I'm not
undersell?
finished. I'm not
Fair
finished.
enough.
You made a point and said that Aquaman came onto a podcast, but then you clarified and said it was very recent. Tom said that when MK1 launched, the content creators and the players were calling me and Tom doomers and that we were full of shit.
Yeah,
And
welcome to the
that
club.
is what happened. It is on my channel. All you
So
have
you're
to
saying
do
that's
is go and look.
representative, Mike? You're saying that's
No, I'm not
representative?
saying that they are the majority.
Okay, then
I'm
why
not
are you
saying that they're
mentioning it?
overwhelming
Why are we
percentage.
cherry
I'm
picking?
saying
Mike,
that that is what you said, and
You
it
know
is not true.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
going to
everybody
make.
can cherry pick
I'm going to
anything.
make this video public again for everyone
No,
to go and
look,
watch.
you guys have talked enough. Now it's my turn. You have
It's been
listened.
your turn for
I
You
quite a
barely
while.
covered to propaganda. Now it's my turn.
But Dave,
Propaganda.
You guys have talked enough.
lying.
We
You
never
guys
get.
keep lying.
Dave
Let's
never
make the
addresses
attention
the actual
about this
point.
fucking topic. No,
Dave,
Tom,
yeah,
shut up.
you haven't.
I talk.
addressed a single thing.
I talk about the top content creators, and Dave says.
No.
Dave says, "Who cares what they have to say? What about Jimmy 56? Isn't he negative?"
What the guy who's saying like this one guy protected MK1 at this point? Dave, defend it. No, I don't care to defend it. It's not my fucking
That's not
job
what
to
I'm
defend
saying.
it.
Ah, man.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying.
It's like,
MK1, Chaos Reigns. Guys, MK1 is the franchise to sell. Chaos Reigns undersold. Why? Is it because I don't know? Tom and Mike, because they got flamed? No, it's because the game got flamed. The game got destroyed on social media, and guess what? Rightfully so. So I'm
no one
sick and
said
tired of
that.
people playing victim in real
chat.
life.
I just want to
I'm also
tell
sick and tired of people playing
Chat.
victim
Wait.
in the
So,
FTC.
chat. I have a video. I just published it again. It's called "Final Combat Was Awful." In this video, the first Final Combat happened right before the first Evo. So the game was out from September all the way until almost August. So almost a year
No,
into the
using
game.
like old patch evidence.
Hold on.
as
No.
well.
I'm making my point. In this video, I brought up that this tournament, this debacle, in which it was all Peacemaker Kano versus Johnny Cage's Chameleon, happened almost 1 year into the game after an entire year of patches. And I pointed out during this year, all the toxic positive content creators kept saying that the game was in the best state it's ever been. They're heading in the right direction. And yet, after 1 full year of corrections, this is where we are. And I said, how can anybody see where we are and not see how we were getting here and look at that and say, it's in the best place ever? And I brought up how all the content creators that command the biggest followings and have, Dave, you might know this word on planet Earth, the most influence, which matters, right? These people have been the ones saying people like Tom are wrong, people like Mike are wrong, all this criticism is wrong, they're doomers, they're haters, no one should listen to them.
JP in 2.6 is placing well.
JP!
8 months after. Oh my God, the game is trash. Save the game. Save the game. The game is trash. What are we gonna do? Oh my God. Oh my God. That's Tom right now. Like, okay, every game.
I'm talking about Mortal Kombat. I'm talking about
you're an idiot. Stop playing to the audience because that's the only thing you have left in your life.
Dave, can you stay on topic?
I am staying on topic.
No, okay, okay. Can we just make a rule here? Let's talk about when we're talking about Mortal Kombat. Let's talk about Mortal Kombat. I want to hear about bloody Raw, Tekken, or Virtua Fighter.
Like, what's the?
We're talking about.
Point,
okay, wait, hold on, Tom. One second, Tom. Wait. You know when I do the Tekken podcast, Dave, we talk about Tekken. When I do the Dead or Alive podcast with the Dead or Alive guys, we talk about Dead or Alive. We don't need to talk about anything else right now other than Mortal Kombat. Can we just get that clear?
Mike, here's the
can you
reality.
link this video in your chat?
Fighting games will never be balanced.
Yeah.
And never will be because unless you want to play chess where everybody has the equal pieces, available, they never be balanced.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that.
Hold on. In fact, I'm gonna go to the part of the video.
Suggesting. Can I talk? So the point is, if your argument is there were balanced mistakes, okay, no shit. Of course there were. Who's gonna who's gonna be like, you know what? MK1, they had it right when they made Peacemaker, or they had it right when they buffed Havoc. Like, nobody's saying that. Like, essentially everybody agrees. I know you can find examples.
I'm going to say this
somebody,
again.
Jimmy 26,
and I want
Jimmy
to say,
28,
okay,
Jimmy 29, Jimmy 31, Jimmy.
Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm going to let people listen to what I have to say, and Mike Hollow in the chat can say, Tom, you're wrong. Okay? So I'm going to say this again. And I linked Mike the video. Mike put it in the chat so people can go back and watch it yourself. I published it. My point isn't, the Peacemaker. No, my point was, this is the version of the game literally almost 1 year into the game, 10 months into the game.
Okay.
Hold on. And my point was, through all these months, we kept hearing how these patches were starting to correct the issues and that the game was in the best state it has ever been. And anyone who tries to say the game is heading in the wrong direction, things aren't happening right, was dismissed as being negative and a doomer. I said, how can you go 1 year of patching the game for 1 year straight while the most powerful and influential people in the community keep telling you that the game is in the best state ever and arrive at this product?
But I thought you said people were against zoning, so why are you talking about Peacemakers that essentially one of the best zoning?
My point is not yes
Your point is that you're a hypocrite. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Peacemaker was one of the best zoning characters probably in the modern FGC, right? I mean, the modern fighting game history.
Dave, I just want yes or no answers. Dave, I want yes or no answers. Did, up to that point, a lot of these toxic content creators keep talking about how the game was improving, it's in the right direction, and it's in the best state it's ever been?
Who are the? Name them by name. I know you.
Everyone you mentioned.
Okay, so you're saying Mr. Aquaman, is he one of them?
Yeah, Aqua was very positive on the game.
Okay, we had Mr. Aquaman. Mike, since you're linking people, are you also gonna link my side of the perspective, or is that not okay?
I have an argument for your point.
Send it to me.
Dave's perspective.
Okay, I will.
Dave's perspective.
Let me make my point. So we had Mr. Aquaman. I thought we had him on the podcast. By the way, I'm not an MK1 first-year defender. I got so much slack for cruciating the game. Like, I completely trashed the game.
Yes, the subject.
But when people do stuff right, like Street Fighter 5 did, with Capcom, I give people credit. Tom was like, no credit. absolutely no credit.
What
I
credit?
refuse to give you
Final
credit at all.
1 year of patches, and the game was a disaster. What credit should I?
Well,
Hey,
yeah,
I
welcome
know
to
it.
Forza 5.
Dave
Like,
wants me
yeah,
to say,
that's the
hey,
reality.
no,
Forza 5,
no,
like it
no.
had like eight frames of lag. Yeah, it takes a while because guess what? This has to do with the NRS and WB model. You cannot get fighting games right in 2 years. There will be massive issues even after that. That's why it takes so long to fleshing out these games, especially when you add like these
Okay, what
different
year?
mechanics.
What year are they going to make MK1 right in to where people love it again?
I think the
How
game
many
is
years?
very good right now.
How many years? I can't tell.
None.
I can't tell because it's literally at the gutter of the FGC, and the only reason it's at Evo is because Warner Brothers pays for
Tom,
it.
you've complained about every single fucking fighting you've ever played. Let's talk about MK9. You
Can
want
you
to talk
show
about
me
MK9?
evidence?
Let's go.
Oh no, evidence. Where's the evidence?
Well, the evidence you deleted all the evidence because you deleted all your.
What fighting
all your
game did I
videos.
complain about? What fighting game did I complain about?
Well, let's talk about it. Well, if you wanna reverse some of the videos that you keep deleting because they make you look bad, maybe we can talk about it. You deleted all the MK9 videos in which you.
What did I complain about?
Cyrax, Smoke, Kenshi, Cabal, Freddy, etc.
Can you
MKX.
can you articulate
See,
what
look
my
at that knee, bro. I wish I
can
could
you
record myself. Look
wait,
at that knee. Look at my hairy knee, bro. Look at my hairy knee. You know, you talked about that. That's
so now-
literally you
Okay,
had the
so
gas station video. I mean,
Okay.
Tom, you are a meme. If you're gonna make me look a meme, I'm gonna make you look like a meme. You're a meme.
So here's
do I
how
still
Dave
play
memed me.
MK11?
Here's how
Tom
Dave-
downplayed. Well, hold on a second. Tom downplayed MK11 Sub-Zero. I fucking despise that character. Essentially, slide, crushing blow, what, like 35%? Deep freeze, it ignores all projectiles. You can't even zone the character. The character is so toxic. I've never in my life had less fun with playing than against that character. Tom downplayed that character on stream. Why can't you see it? Because he deleted all of it to make himself look good. But he is an idiot.
So here's the problem I have with Dave. Dave cannot actually give single quotes for me to refer. Dave will say, what did I complain about? The downplay. So what Dave does is Dave will take his own subjectivity.
Tom, you deleted all the videos.
Can you give me, I want to put the video up, but see, I want an exact quote.
Put them all up.
What video? How?
Tom, you deleted all your videos. You
I
know
did.
doing
No, my friend. They're all there still. I got them. I just like to save them so that people talk stupid.
Well, I don't know if I can post this.
Hold on. Oh yeah,
but
yeah. No,
let's.
hold on. No. I got it, Dave. I'll put it right. I'll send it right now to Mike Hollow. I'll send it right now to Mike Hollow from MK11.
Click on the channel. You have 3 videos left out of, I don't know, maybe.
No. I got them all private. I'll send some of my downplaying videos to good old Mike Hollow. Let me just say a couple things.
Do you seriously believe that Tom only has 3 videos active on his channel?
No,
like
we all know.
Okay, then why are you?
I have never hid from what I said.
Okay, unlock all the.
Mike Hollow, Mike, true or false? Did not the Mortal Kombat community accuse me of having nothing but negative videos? And then I showed them years.
Okay,
of positive.
Hold
on, shut up. Now you shut up for once. No. I don't want to hear it. I was called out by saying Tom deletes all his videos, so nobody knows. So I made a video. Shut the fuck up for a minute. I am now talking. You have told me to shut up. You have made an accusation, and I will answer it. I then did a video, which is also on my channel. I'm sure Mike can talk about it as well, in which I went back all the way, not in my available, into my screen. So you can see all my videos because I've never deleted them. I've always privated them. So all the way back to the beginning to see all the videos. And I had pages and pages and pages of positive videos and MK9 and MKX and MK11 to show that my criticism has been both positive and negative. But very conveniently, people like to say, there's no positive videos up there, because I privated a lot of them and they rewrite history as in they never existed. And then when I show them, people say, I don't care. Why is Tom talking about this? Very dismissive of you. So Dave says, I was sitting here downplaying Sub-Zero. So as fate would have it,
Well, I never said that, by the way.
you just literally said I was downplaying Sub-Zero and MK11.
No, bitch,
Mike,
you
is
do
that-
all your fucking videos for no reason.
Is that not what he said? Is that not what he said?
Re-upload.
You did say that.
I didn't say that. Mike, you know this.
You didn't say that. I could
You
have sworn
said that MK. You said he downplayed MK11 Sub-Zero.
No, I said. Well, he did downplay that version of the character, but anyway, he also deleted all of his videos. I say, bring back Tom Brady. Let Tom Brady upload all of his videos and let the people judge for themselves.
But you know what? To be fair to Tom, we had Ditzel on here, and Ditzel was making the same claim, and then we went through Tom's videos on stream. So the stream's still up, where Tom was showing each of the videos where it was giving positive feedback for them. So that's already been and done.
That's been debunked a million times.
I have it on good terms from another very, very close friend. He complained about Jackie and MK11. He complained about
who's this person?
So let me give a story here. So Dave actually made a post on Test Your Might in which he said apparently Tom raged, done with the game because he was losing some Jackie online last night. And I told Dave, I hadn't loaded the game up.
This is a troll, man. Get the fuck out of
here. Hold on. I said, Dave, I hadn't played the game in a week. Where does this information come from? And Dave goes, well, Charney Volk told me.
Okay, get the fuck out of here.
So
Charney Volk is as credible as a freaking.
But that was your source. You made a whole post about me raging over Jackie, and it never happened. So I don't want to hear about who you have it on.
Dave, did you take Charney's word for it?
No.
You made a post about it. What are you talking about?
Rio told me.
Now it's real.
Tom, it's always been real. Tom, you know you did this. Tom made like 8, 9 videos about Jackie and MK11. I was like, Jackie, I mean, she might actually be too strong. Let me make 8 or 9 videos about her. Like,
that's not what I said.
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, we get it. She's super top tier. Why is this fool ranting?
That's not what I said.
I thought Tom didn't care about balance. Now he does.
I didn't rant about it.
Dude, you didn't rant about Jackie? Okay, upload your fucking videos right now. Let the people judge.
Upload all my Jackie videos? You look like a fool. Okay.
Let's upload them right now, bitch.
Where is, and let's just tackle the Sub-Zero thing first before I make a fool out of you again. So let's look at a couple of these. Let's see here. Mike, can you please let me public. I'll make this public, and let me also. I'll do them. I don't want to do them one, but it's just will take forever. Maybe I'll make just one more video to shut him to it. Mike, can you please go to my channel very quickly and just pull up on stream a video that I just put up? I can find countless of Sub-Zero ones, and then I'm going to give you.
Also re-upload all the Jackie videos, please. Thank you.
I've only got 3 of them, so it's easy.
Yeah, like the 9 of them that you ignore.
So can we put that video? Put it on the screen for everyone to see.
Is it Sub-Zero is awesome in MK?
Yeah, but I'll put it up. I want them to see the thumbnail too.
Okay.
So now he has 4 videos.
So whoa! I thought I was downplaying him. Mike, can you read? Can you read the title of that video? Shut up! Can you read the title of the video?
Sub-Zero is awesome in Mortal Kombat 11.
Oh my! The downplay! The downplay, Mike!
Oh my god! This is such a joke. The guy has probably like 300 videos on his channel.
How many years ago were that video from, Dave? How many years ago?
4 years ago.
4 years ago! What are you talking about?
Dude, stand by your history. Stand by your position.
Almost 5 years ago. Almost 5 years ago now.
Well, years ago.
Mike, I know he has more than 4 videos.
What are you talking about?
Let the people decide. Re-upload, re-institute all those videos right now. Have some freaking courtesy, man. Have some.
Yeah, but Dave, the one thing that you need to understand is that he can do that, and that's fine. And I'd even encourage.
Why not? Like they're on this channel.
Hold on, Dave. Hold on, Dave. You got to stop interrupting.
Fair enough.
What I'd say to you is that this was already done when Ditzel was here. When Tom had all his videos up, we went through them because Ditzel made the same accusation, and we got at least 15 videos of Tom giving positive feedback and not downplaying, as you're saying. So he can do it again for your amusement, but I'm just saying it's already on the channel.
I know, I'm not denying that, but I'm also saying, like, again, two things can be true at once. He can not complain about the balance, but he can also upload 5 videos jacking or consecutively
First,
complaining about
no,
jacking,
that's an
which,
oxymoron.
by the way, happened. I have at least two people who despise my perspective on certain games, Rio and Crimson, who will stand by me on this until the day they die. Um, why would anybody, if they feel so confident, delete all their videos on their channel?
I
It
didn't
seems to be
delete
very
them.
suspect.
I privated them because I said my audience hates me, the community hates me,
I'm
and
a victim. Please feel bad for me.
I don't give a fuck about my videos up there anymore. And the main reason why I did is I was accused of not making videos for my honest opinion. I was accused of making videos so that I could make money. So I said, you know what? I'll just take them all down then. I'm not going to make any more fucking videos if you're going to act like because it was being presented as you can't listen to Tom's opinion. He's just trying to make money off his videos. And that's how it was presented. So I said, okay. So let me tell you the truth about MK11 Sub-Zero. And Mike, I've talked about this many times on your stream.
Wait, before you do, Tom, do you agree, Dave, that those are two different things? Tom taking his videos down because people were accusing him of trying to make money, or taking his videos down because he was talking shit? Those are two separate things, right?
I will say the same thing, but I say to everybody, if I believe in something, I will not delete
No,
what I
Dave,
believe
that's
in.
not what I asked you.
No, I don't know even what you asked me. I guess you're trying to cover up for Tom. Okay, God bless
No,
you.
I'm asking you. You might not take them down, but I'm saying if I tell you, say that I say to you, I made a decision because the community was accusing me of something, so I decided to remove them to prove a
I
point.
don't give a damn what the community
It's
thinks.
not about you giving the damn. I'm asking you a question, Dave. Just
Go
answer the
ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
If I tell you that I took them down because I cared about what the community was saying about me and it was either upsetting me or I wanted to prove a point, do you understand that that is different from me uploading videos where I'm lying and trying to cover up?
I don't understand the talking point, and I think that's exactly
How
what's
do
wrong
you
with the
not understand? Okay,
non-enthusiast.
wait. Let me try again. If the community is accusing me of only uploading videos for monetary gain, right? And I say I'm going to prove a point and I'm going to take them down to show them that I'm not doing it for monetary gain. I'm just doing it because I want. These are my opinions. These are my honest opinions. Do you not understand that that is different from me taking them down because I was found out to be talking shit?
Who cares? I
Oh,
stand by
Dave,
all.
answer the question.
There's no question. You're making a statement. I don't give a damn what the community is thinking. Are people that soft? They're like, oh my god, the community is thinking.
That is a question, Dave.
Okay. So
You want me
let
to
me
say it again?
You trying to cover up for him, which is fine, I guess.
No, okay, all right, hold on. Forget Tom. Let's say that it was me, and I told you that I am taking my videos down because I'm trying to prove a point that I don't make videos for monetary gain. Do you understand? This is the question part. This is the question part. Do you understand the difference between that and me taking them down
No,
for
I
talking
don't.
shit?
I don't.
You don't?
I
Okay,
don't.
that's fine. We can move on.
Okay, now let me just say this. So, and I've talked about this many times. When MK11 came out, I didn't downplay Sub-Zero. What I said was, for one, this is a game. Let's take Sub-Zero. I said where I look at he has two variations, Dead of Winter and Thin Ice. I said, well, I kind of like that he has the slide. It's a little more of a legacy thing. I don't like the Dead of Winter doesn't have it. So I'm going to mess around with Thin Ice. And then almost immediately, on like day 2, many people, because my stream during the first year of MK11, most don't know this, I was the most watched stream for the life of MKX, year 1 and 2, as far as hours watched. And the first year of MK11, I had the most hours watched of anyone for year 1 of MK11. I had many people come into my stream and they were saying, you're using the wrong variation. So I said, there's only 2 choices. If one of them's the wrong choice, then what kind of variation system in this? And I said, this is very boring because aside from mix, overhead low, there's really nothing the character has. And outside of the first 2 weeks, There's no
Tom,
real way.
let me just, I just have to
I'm just again cutting.
respect my friend. Nothing you just said. Perfect legend. I know this is, Tom, I know you're gonna strangle me, but I have to address perfect legend. I have no ill towards you. Um, I respect you as a two-time Evo finalist. I think you're one of the best MK players of all time. There's almost no
He's a
question.
three-time Evo champion, though, isn't he?
Correct, correct. Well, two-time MK, I believe the third one was DOA, if I'm not mistaken. But if I am, please correct me. Um, there are no ill feelings towards us, and if there are, I do apologize. My problem with you is that you're generally not a good training partner, nor have you ever been, which is fine. Not everybody has to be that way. But I can speak for THTB, playing to win,
This is one of the
Master
topics that we get
D.
addressed. Like, where
Yeah.
are we right
Well,
now?
we have to get over this because he called me out. Forever King Jr. They give me games to this day you never did. Like your entire FGC career was about Perfect Legend, and which is okay. Like we have to all look out for ourselves. But I'm more in the realms of I don't know the Tom Brady's. Just to, it's I know it's counterproductive to literally counterintuitive to believe otherwise. But like Tom showed up to console combat 15 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, and no ego, lost, hugged me, we had a drink. That's the reason why I can yell at this idiot for an hour and still like have nothing but the utmost respect for him. And I will end it on this note because we have the most disagreements. The guy still calls me, he respects me. We have major disagreements, but I will never, ever not call him my friend, ever. I don't give a fuck. And that's what I respect about Tom Brady, the MK legend, because he is
Thank
my
you, sir.
friend.
But
He
before we
is
go on the PL thing, I do want to say again, this is how things get twisted. My downplay. Dave, do we not agree that I was accurate when I said after the first 3 to 4 weeks, Sub-Zero was done? There was no evolution. It was mix, mix, mix. That was it. There was no more way to advance him. He was going to mix and die or mix and you die. And what I said was it's a variation system that was supposed to be custom. They pulled that out the last minute. And then they give you two choices, but one of them is the wrong choice. So I said, this is just really, I said he's very boring to play. I said, this Sub-Zero is a very boring character. And then I had a little bit of fun with the Rise. I was very disappointed when the ground puddle was banned, but I did have some fun with Rising Ice.
Tom, can I just say this real quick, and I'll promise let you respond.
Yeah.
Like, do you see how, especially with like I think Sagat was Street Fighter 6 is the best example. I don't agree with Sagat not being a zoner, but do you see how Capcom had a different gameplay style in mind that's not conducive to what you and I would consider the original Sagat, right?
Yes, but they also don't have a variation system in which they start off giving you two choices while saying one of the two choices are wrong.
Tom, it's an assist game. Like it's just what it is. Like that's just
No, I'm talking about MK11.
No, yeah. I mean, even that system sucked. We get it.
But what I'm just saying is I never downplayed him. When I said he was boring to play, that is a personal preference. That is not talking about his power. My personal preference is I felt like he was a very boring character. He was a character that was very interesting in how he played, especially in some of the older MK games, older than MKX. But they just kind of made him into a gorilla, very one-dimensional, and it just wasn't very enjoyable for me. And, I had a little bit of fun once they put Ultimate in, but I was kind of bummed about the ground puddle. But saying downplay is far different than what actually happened. And to my point about what actually is wrong about Mortal Kombat, my point is that when you look at my video that talks about Final Combat, I have many of them where I address these points. But I've talked about my issues with Mortal Kombat here or there, but I wanted to wait until the game hit some trigger points. 6 months old, then a year old. And then I wanted to look at where the game was and how did it get there and why was nothing that led us to where we are ever addressed. And when I went back and looked through the most influential and powerful people that had the ear of the community and had the ear of NRS, each and every one of them had, and no matter who they are, they were all talking about how Mike, how many times is the game saved? Is the game saved? Mike, how many times, right? How many of them?
We are so back.
Right? We are so, like, there's so many of them. And then I said, well, here's the game after 1 year of corrections. And the top 8 were 2 characters and 2 cameos. And I said, how is it possible that after 1 year of corrections and the most influential people giving NRS the feedback that this is now the best MK ever, the most balanced MK ever, in the best state ever, and Dave, you know I've said that saying many times. I said, how is that the feedback being given to them? And then this is the product that was on display. I said, so what happens is they ignore the problems constantly because there is value in I don't want to say shilling, but there is value in being a yes man. You see, the problem is it's labels. When you could be a quote unquote overly positive person, but there's nothing that comes with that but respect, reward, and blessings from NRS and the community. As much as myself and Mike try to speak for people, when you are critical of the game and you are labeled negative, nothing you say matters. Nothing you say is ever taken seriously. So, and a lot of these guys that will come on your podcast or other podcasts now, almost 2 years later, will come on and say, hey, look, I can admit the first year especially, man, nothing was going right. But they say that now. But during the first year, they weren't saying nothing was going right. They said, don't listen to that bum Mike Hollow, that loser Tom Brady who doesn't know Mortal Kombat. Lou Streets, who the fuck is that guy? Or PL or whoever. Don't listen to these people because they're negative and dooming and whatever. That's why nothing ever changes. MK didn't have to be here. That whole year, if everybody really firebombed NRS like they should, including the most powerful people, the most influential people, I think things would have happened and we would have got meaningful change and we'd still have MK1. Chaos Range, I think, would have been different.
Hey, I want to hear from Perfect Legend because I have to go soon. Perfect Legend.
All right, I'm glad you want to hear from
right.
me. So like what you said was so stupid.
Mike, I'm going to get on the mobile. I'll be right back.
Like, how do you say, oh, well, I was hating on you because I wouldn't play casuals with you? Like, that's so stupid. Many times. That's what you said. Okay, well, we're on YouTube. Everything is live recorded. We can replay what you just said. But
you
said that. You said that. Did you not say that?
Perfect Legend.
I never had a problem with you. I respect you. You're a 2-time finalist, blah, blah, blah. But my real issue with you is because you wouldn't play casual with me. Are you serious, dude? How many times you come to Toledo? 0. I already gave you the number. How many times I have to come to Console Combat in Cleveland? I have to drive 2.5 hours out there at the random bar that Play and Win decided to have the tournament. I played with you every time I came down there. Master D, you, when Michelangelo was down there, the time Tom was there, when I drove him down there. What are you talking about? It's you who didn't want to get online and play. That's Perfect not Legend. Me. I'm online. No. I have never refused casuals with anybody, so it's your problem to decide to not play with me outside everybody else, because I've never have any issue. I never in my life had a hype Skype where I was freezing people out of casuals. I never was like, all right, don't play with this player because we don't want them to get experience. That was never me. So I don't know what you're talking about, because the only top 8 that you got at Evo is when you did actually play with me.
Well, let me say this, my friend.
Like, I don't see how you have don't have more pride. Hold on, wait. You talk too much. You already said enough over podcasts for years and years and years. I'm saying my shit.
Say your piece.
All right, I am.
I'm ready to listen.
For
Just
you to sit here and talk all that shit about me when we had our best showing in Ohio. We had our best showing for Ohio at Evo that year. It was me, you, and Forever King in top 8. We had the most top 8s of anybody in the world as a region there, but you still, for some reason, maybe you want to like slurp the dick of everybody else that you try to look good to. to shit on me so you're in their good graces. I understand. That's what people do. But I just want to know what your real reason was for hating on me. And clearly you didn't have any real reason for hating on me other than just, I don't know, being whack. So like, yeah, go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Thank you. Perfect Legend, the player, is one of the best players ever in the FGC. Perfect Legend, the human being, is one of the most flawed beings I've ever seen.
All right. You said, all right, repeat that because it didn't, it was like muffled. Repeat that.
Okay, let me say
being thing. What'd you say?
Perfect Legend, the player.
No, the human being, since apparently you want to separate
Very
like
flawed.
me, like, all right,
you would come out to our locals, you wouldn't compete because your ego was so fragile. Because I don't know, because King.
You're talking about the one time I came out there to play? The one time. You're talking about one tournament. Okay, what about the tournament when I came out there and bodied you?
I don't want to talk the stories, man. I don't want to embarrass you, man.
Right,
you know what happened. You know
the deal. The video.
You used to come on the tournament.
Apparently I have an ego because I didn't want to play in the tournament. All right. So you have an issue with that because I didn't want to play in the tournament. All right. So
okay.
Let's see. M2Dave versus Perfect Legend. You guys are about to see 2 tournament matches. Him getting his back blown the fuck out by me. Let's see. What
never said you were.
I'm glad it has the date here too. Here, let me post this in the chat. This
Carl, you should fucking talk. Carl, listen.
Wait,
for 1 second.
Why are you getting upset? Hold on. I thought I was a bad person. Hold on.
Are you gonna?
June 25th, 2012 is when you got your back blown out by me. And this is right before that tournament. So for me to not come down and play with y'all, I came down and played with y'all, and you got cooked. So what happened?
What happened was you
got cooked. That's what happened.
I did.
All right, so all right.
This is a guy who tested the game for a month. Tested a game for a month. Can you imagine M2Dave, Tom Brady, CD Jr., Rio tested the game for a month of competing? This is the guy who's lying to you.
What are you lying to you about? What? What are you saying?
Could you test the game for a month for MK9?
I test the game. I didn't test the game. I do not have a check from NRS. The only game I tested was Injustice.
That's what Tom told me.
Well, Tom can tell you whatever. Tom be saying a lot of shit. The only game I tested was Injustice.
He's one of your biggest defenders. Anyway, you used to show up. Look, man.
I used to show up and
I say this very respectfully. I genuinely mean this. I respect you as a player.
You do not respect me as a player. Look,
I do.
This is how I feel. I don't separate player and person. It's either you're a bitch or you're not a bitch. So like, I think you and Dave are a bitch. So like, well, I mean, again, we know each other in person. You can see me in person. We can meet up. We both live in Ohio. Since you want to act all stupid, look.
Well, I don't know what that means. I guess you want to beat me up.
That I think you're fucking whack as shit for making up something to try to have an issue with me. Because you made this shit up. I never had a problem with you. I used to praise you constantly.
Let me ask you this question.
M2Dave, blah blah blah. But then I started hearing the little podcast you was doing, and I didn't know you was talking shit until I tuned in one time. And I was like, damn, that's fucked up, M2Dave. I didn't know you was like that about me. So, again, I'm about to show you another video. You getting cooked by me when I came down to console.
Fair enough. You can show all the videos.
Here's also me cooking your cousin.
No, I'm not. The question is not whether Perfect Legend is a great player.
I just wanted to know why you was being a bitch. And now that I know why
you're not being a bitch, let me hear Dave's position. Dave, what is your position on PO?
Perfect Legend, the player, is one of the best players in the FGC. There's no question about that. He's got the results to prove it. Now, Perfect Legend, the human being, he would show up to console combat, wouldn't compete in the locals because he was scared of losing.
I was scared of losing. Then why did I win Evo the same year?
Why
did I win Evo the same year?
Why did I
win the console combats that I showed up?
Let me elaborate.
Huh?
Let me elaborate.
How are you elaborating? I'm
pointing
out historical facts. You say I was scared to play. I showed up, pulled my dick out, and you got cooked.
It's not about getting okay. Then why did you cook?
Why are you picking and choosing when I'm supposed to cook you?
Why did you not
happy that I didn't play? What are you saying?
Perfect Legend. Ask the question, bro.
The other time when you was playing broken ass Kano who had a safe up ball, you still got cooked. There's videos of that too. How are you trash?
At least peanut.
You can't win with broken shit. You suck. That's why you, Pig, and all them people started acting all stupid because y'all kept getting cooked.
All right,
Anyway,
wait, P.O.
Just be honest and say I was jealous. That I sucked
Mike,
at the
let me
game,
say
and I
this,
wasn't
and
as
I
good
have
as
to go
you,
very
and I
soon. I
was mad
promise
that I
you. It's
gave
not
you
because
another
there's people
opportunity
listening
to
here.
Wait,
lose.
guys,
Because that's all it was.
guys, chill. Wait, let's go one at a time. Let's let M2Dave say what he wants to say, and then P.O. will
Okay.
respond. Try to
So
not
this
talk
guy
over
will
each
show
other.
up with after winning Evo. By the way, Mike, just literally for the millionth time, he's a great player, and I'm not going to make personal attacks because that's childish. However, he
Ain't
would
making
show up at
personal
a
attack.
tournament. Mike, can you tell this guy to shut the hell up? Anyway, he would
Oh,
show up
shut the hell
tournaments.
up. All right.
He
No, I'm
wouldn't
not shutting the hell up
compete.
because you know
Mike,
what? I'm not
he
shutting the hell up
wouldn't
because you told me to shut the
compete
hell up. So
locally
I'm
because
just
he
gonna
was
talk the whole time.
scared.
I'm
By
about
the
to
way, there
get
was
another
one
footage. You
tournament.
get
Oh my
cooked. Where is it? I
Wait,
cannot wait to
guys,
find this shit.
this is hard for people to listen to. We need to go one at a time,
Let's see here.
please.
Well, he can apologize for saying shut the fuck up, and then we can have a regular
So
dialogue.
he would show up at tournaments.
All right, man. I told you, like, look,
Mike,
I can be so ignorant. You can just mute my mic because I'm gonna keep talking until you apologize.
I'm not gonna apologize to you.
All right, then we just not. Gonna,
Oh.
well, hey, then we not gonna have a dialogue because that's just what it is.
All right.
Because
Anyway, let me just
you
say
want to
this.
be a
that I have
bitch?
to go.
Oh my
Say
gosh,
shit.
what is
I
happening
give you
here?
my
Right,
word.
let me just
He
be
showed up at
P.O.
tournaments,
for a second. So
local tournaments. He wouldn't compete because he thought that King and King Jr. or Mastery would use Cage. He was so scared he wouldn't compete against them, so he wouldn't even compete. So he would like compete like Street Fighter 4 or whatever. Why? Like this guy has like 2 Evo medals in his pocket. Like why? Like what is he doing? Like why is he so insecure? You're the best player at that time. Like what are you scared of? Who like I never see like Punk, Daigo, Takedo act like this. That's all my point. Like why are you insecure? Just be.
Not doing what I
confident.
want you to do, so you're a bad person. Fuck you, bitch. You fucking bitch ass nigga that don't leave your fucking state, don't leave your fucking city, talking about, oh, why aren't you coming here to play with me? Nigga, I ain't coming here to play with you. Fuck you. That's why your ass got what, 7? You playing the most broken character in the game, can't get past 7th place. Trash.
Carl, do not make me do
Dave.
this. Perfect legend.
Dave.
Do not make me say this. You know what I got on you. Do
You say
not make
what?
me do this.
Say whatever you want. You've been saying whatever you want. That's all you do.
Who was that Kung Lao player that won?
What Kung Lao player? What are you talking about?
I heard. No, I'm not
Heard
going to
what?
do this. No,
Ain't
I'm too
nothing
good
to
for
hear.
Mike, I got the evidence, but I'm not going to do this. The guy lied at one tournament, literally about his mother being in a hospital, so he can literally get out. Like that's what I heard. This is
What
not
are
a
you
joke.
talking
Like
about?
he literally found out that there was a cage put in his pool. He got out of it, so he wouldn't play. So he literally just dipped. You talk about like Tom and me disagreeing. This is like another whole like issue. People, as much
You're
as I
shit up now.
dude, this happened. I can get like 5 people to confirm.
All right, get 5 people to lie for me.
Master
Go
D,
ahead. That's all y'all been doing.
PhDB. We all know this happened, but I'm not
The
that
point
concerned
is,
about
the
it.
point is, what you said is, you were mad at me because I didn't play casual with you. We
I don't give a
exposed
damn
that
about
you
your
were being a
casuals.
bitch for no reason.
I only
about
play
that.
one of the best
That's
football players
literally
in the
what you
world.
said. You said I wouldn't play casuals with you. Then you
No,
said you
that's
came
not
to
the issue.
Cleveland and you wouldn't play in the Mortal Kombat tournament, but you played in the Street Fighter tournament instead. I'm like, wow. So I'm
What
the Evo
did you ever
champion.
do
I
for
gotta
your team?
constantly keep playing with y'all when I
Perfect
wasn't playing
legend.
with y'all at all.
Perfect
and I'm
legend.
there to beat Wolf Crone and Michigan
I'm
and
asking
stuff
you a
because I'm
question.
actually trying to beat people in Street Fighter. But you're
Perfect
talking about,
legend.
winning
What was
Mortal
the
Kombat.
best thing? What was the best thing you ever did for your scene?
What was the best thing you ever did for your scene? Why are you trying to make it like that? You're not. You cannot do a comparison. And then you're talking about your scene. Your scene isn't even your scene.
The thing you
didn't
did
even
was
host the tournament.
lie your way out of
Playing to win,
cage
ran the
matchup. Lie
tournament.
your
What
way
are you
out of
talking
Sonya
about? I've
matchup.
donated. If you want to talk about shit, I've donated monitors to my scene. I've donated pots to my scene. You want to talk more about shit? I mean, you want to go there. What have you done for your scene other than just show up and not show up no more?
I don't have your credentials. That's the point.
My
You're
God.
supposed
So
to
now
be
because
better.
I have the credentials, I got
You're
to do
supposed
X,
to be
Y, and Z.
perfect legend, the
Dude, you're
two-time,
stupid. You're
the
stupid.
two-time,
You're
the
just as dumb as
three-time
your takes,
winner.
man. I don't know how you have a degree or gained through
fucking
school
loser
thinking like
who's
this. But then
afraid of
again,
the
you probably
cage
cheated.
matchup. Whatever,
Dude,
man.
you're like one of the dumbest
Yeah.
people I've ever had to encounter, man. That's why you play those
You-
characters like
you are
Deadshot
salty.
and Freddy and all them stupid ass characters because you can't beat nobody straight up because you're stupid. I
There's
can
the guy
tell
who's
by your
nothing but
demeanor
teleport.
how you talk. You have no points here. You have nothing
Whatever.
but lies.
I'm done. I'm done with this.
You should be done.
Mike,
I don't even
schedule
know
a
why you got
podcast
on
with
this
this
podcast. You
loser,
don't
and
play
I'm done.
games. You
I'll
don't win
get my
tournaments.
sources.
You have no
Mike.
results. Your last results was when Zod came out, and you barely did anything with Zod. That's one of the most broken characters too. Why you quit? You always have a lot to say when I'm not around. See, a bunch of bitch ass niggas, man. That's just how it is. This is what I had to deal with in Ohio for years. So people will be like, "Oh man, I would show up, not even talk, not say nothing. And why aren't you doing what I want you to do?" What? Fuck out of here.
Well, the topic of the day has been obliterated.
The save MK, you got to get people like that away from the shit, because the reason we got the shit how it is now because of niggas like that.
Right, but do you want to continue with the original topic, Tom?
I'd love to.
I just wanted to come. I didn't want to come and derail anything too much, but I just saw Dave on here, and I was like, let me get this nigga in the corner and see what he's about to do. And clearly he folded because he has no fucking real stance on what he's saying. He just fucking bullshit. Oh well, you came to the tournament and you wouldn't play, and you thought you was better than every dude. I came to the tournament to play Street Fighter. What the fuck? I drove somebody else down there. Oh, what did I do for my scene? Oh, I guess take players around to different spots. Bill, didn't you come to my house and I drove you to Console Combat? Yes, that's what the fuck happened.
You did.
What, did Dave drive you to Console Combat? No. So what is he talking about? Why is it, oh, well, you're a world champion, you got to do X, Y, and Z for the scene? Okay, all these other world champions don't do all that X, Y, and Z shit that y'all say that they should do for their scene. So why is it always on me? You see how they move the goalposts? Like, oh, well, Carl White, he's the worst person I've ever met in my life, but perfect. Man, eat a dick. Fuck you. Nobody care about what you think. Stupid shit, man. The only reason Dave has a platform is because y'all give it to him right now. No one gives a fuck about M2Dave. Do y'all chat? Do y'all give a fuck about M2Dave? Yeah, just put 1 if you care, 2 if you don't. Actually, put 0 if you don't care, because it should be like that.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have been saying what he said. It was unnecessary. Even the attacks on Tom today were unnecessary, calling him a bitch.
I mean, I didn't even get to hear that. I was napping.
I just want to be on the subject, man. Not,
But yeah, I hope y'all have a good day. I'm a peace out and listen to the rest. But yeah, I just want to come here and get on here, Magma Hashira, and all right, y'all. Peace out.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
Mike, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Yeah. So just to kind of try to get us back on topic.
Yeah.
The problem ultimately is that we all can agree that we're all humans, and some people carry more power and influence than others, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you have, like, we already know who our most influential people are, right? We know who they are. They're the prime content creators. They have the most eyeballs on them. They have favor with NRS. Unfortunately, when people like me and Mike Hollow or whoever speak, if they don't give it the seal of approval, it's dismissed, unfortunately. The problem is people act like because there's so much negativity that the gaming NRS has to just drown it out because everybody's bitching and complaining. But if NRS is not capable of using their brain and realizing who are people who really don't really know what the problems are, don't know much about our, not just this game, but any of our games, so really they're not really saying anything. And who are the people who understand the games, who understand fighting games at high level, who are able to articulate and break down what the issues are? It all gets lumped in as hating. I could see if Jimmy 56, somebody calls him a hater. Sure, he probably is. Myself and you or Lou or someone else, we don't have any reason to hate. I am a real Mortal Kombat lifer, 30 plus years in traveling. Nobody else can say that. Why would I spend my life and thousands of dollars of my money on something I hate? Make countless videos that were positive for years. My quote unquote negative content started when MK is directly correlated to when MK11 went downward off the cliff. The problem is that you have a lot of these people who will say now in hindsight, hey, we hear it all the time. If you get a lot of these toxic positive content creators, they will say now, look, during the first year, I'll admit it, MK had issues. But during the first year of MK1, that's not what they were saying. They were saying it's the best MK ever. It's in the best state it's ever been. Everything NRS is doing is in the right direction. So, for example, when I made that Final Combat video, I really felt like I was articulating a great point. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, and the chat, let me know if you understand this. What I was saying was, we're 1 year into the game. So I'm not being premature. I'm not overreacting to month one. I'm not overreacting to the first major. I'm not overreacting to 6 months in. This is basically 1 year into the game, which is a long time for a game that didn't even live for 2. So for 1 year into the game, and after 1 year of trying to fix things, how did we get here to where we're playing 2 characters and 2 cameos in the whole top 8? And I'm like, this is being said by the toxic positive content creators to be the era of balance, where the game is constantly being saved after every character and after every cameo, and where it's the most, the most balanced, the best, all these glowing reviews of the game. I said, how can all of that be true if we got here? And then their reactions to this were, this guy's a hater, he's a doomer, he's whatever. And it's what I asked was a logical question, because if all these things were true, if the game was constantly being saved, every patch puts it in the best state possible, and it's the era of balance, we wouldn't be seeing this. It's not true. It wasn't true. So why do these things keep being said? Because unfortunately, we're in the era of opportunity where people believe that being disingenuous and blindly hating on something is wrong. But blindly accepting something is also wrong when it comes to the product, like a video game, right? There's no possible way anything can be improved if people are either blindly hating or blindly supporting. There's no way any real feedback can come in. The problem
Tom,
is,
can I ask you, what do you think needs to be done for the next Mortal Kombat game? Like, as it pertains to the title of the video, what does Mortal Kombat need to do next to really return itself to like its glory?
For one, guest testers need to have a bigger role. As Blood Count pointed out, we had far more freedom as guest testers than he had as someone who was on staff, correct? Like, we could cross certain lines and say certain things that if he said that, they might say, get out, you're fired, right? So there was the MK9 and MKX. Guest testers had far more leeway and far more influence during Injustice 1, MK9, and MKX. If you ask the community who played all those games, would they prefer Injustice 1 or Injustice 2? Most would take 1. The community and said, if you could choose MK11 or MK1 or MK9 or MKX, they would choose 9 or X. And look, I'm not trying to say they were perfect. MKX, the mix, this Armored, but MKX was in a far worse state. We were able to have more time, we fixed more bugs, and we solved more issues. Now, the problem is once those games were released, we're stuck in, here's the issue. Then the games are released and we're trying to, give feedback. And I think more of it was heard than not. That's why MKX got a shocking overhaul, which I don't think was in the best interest, but at least they tried something. We don't see these things anymore. Is because it was about the interest of the game, the love of the game. Now it's about the politics. It's about we're on the positive side because we want opportunity. We don't want to be seen as negative, because if we're negative, we're not going to get shout out from NRS, tweeted by NRS. We're not going to get invites. We're not going to get free copies of the game from Warner Brothers. We're not going to get to commentate. They're not going to pay for a flight, all this stuff. So what needs to happen is we just need to come together as a community. Obviously, there are people that are going to glaze the game nonstop. And that's not a problem, to be honest with you. The problem comes in when the people who do that for their own opportunity, I'm not going to hate on anybody who wants to glaze the game because that's how they make money to pay with their family and they want to stay in good graces. I understand if they say, we can't put Tom in front of a camera because our sponsors may not like that he's critical. However, they should say, hey, some of these things are accurate. Some of these things are correct. Instead of paintbrushing everybody. Oh, Lou Streets, hater. Tom, hater. Mike, hollow, hater. Even M2Dave. Whatever people think, he does have a lot of valid points, especially in the game. Obviously, sometimes there are points we don't agree with, but Dave has been critical at times of the game. But the problem is the people that have larger audiences who are critical of the problems, like myself or others that have a larger audience, we get paintbrushed under the side of, don't listen to them. They're being negative. They're hating. They're glazing, for views. Glazing meaning glazing the negativity. They're being overly negative on purpose. We have been accused of, we don't really like the game. We don't want the game to be improved. We're only talking so that we can make money on YouTube. So we're being negative because that's how we can farm the most views. These things hurt the game. It'd be one thing, again, if you had people who were being overly positive. That's fine. Do what you got to do for your family and your career. But also the people who understand the game, who can break it down PowerPoint presentation-wise and how to improve the game in other areas, also get listened to. The reason, unfortunately, why we have to be overly quote-unquote negative is because we're fighting a battle. We're trying to get our points noticed by NRS. But the more we do, the more the other side says, don't listen to them. They're this, that, or the other. So we have to constantly double and triple down so that our point really gets across and doesn't get ignored. So that's why we seem overly negative, because the positive side tells us, ignore these people, that they don't know what they're talking about. So we have to just keep hitting it and keep hammering it and keep hammering it. There's like a war between the community, NRS, positive side, negative side. And, honestly, NRS just needs real feedback. Guest testers need to be an integral part of the testing system. And a lot of times guest testers go to NRS far later than they used to, when the game is now in far more of a completed state for NRS to really change anything. And then while they do give some feedback, most of what they do is there to just tell NRS, great job. We'll change a few things, but overall, unbelievable product. Instead of saying, this is the truth, it's headed for a fall. It's headed for a fall. They needed people that were there that could say, hey, brother, if this is the way your game is and you have a slow plan, let me tell you what's going to happen. You're going to create an expansion. The word of mouth is going to be bad. It's not going to sell well, and your content's going to be cut after only 1 year. They need people to say that without NRS saying, get the fuck out, because that's the problem. NRS can't get real feedback. So there's just an echo chamber of positivity, which is fine. And I would love to be positive on some things too, but you already have so many people shilling the game so hard that I'm like, they don't need me to glaze it anymore. They got plenty of people giving the game a blowjob. Let me talk about the real things that aren't being talked about. And it's just a fight. And as long as this tug of war happens, the games will always be the way they are. NRS will not get things right. And when they look for feedback, all they're going to hear is best product, most balanced product, best of this, best that of all time. And that's what's going to be the problem. Why did this game come out so incomplete? MK11 in a lot of ways was incomplete. And it was finished incomplete with a largely incomplete variation system, largely incomplete custom moves. But they heard for the whole life of their game, this is the best MK game of all time. And the sales say, oh, it's great. They don't pay attention to, brother, this was the best selling fighting game ever, with a record high attendance at an MK tournament ever. And Evo said after 1 year, you're not coming back. COVID brought it back because, again, keep in mind, Evo didn't bring it back for year 2, and then they brought it back for Evo Online after COVID, and then they brought it back for the FGC offline rebuild. But NRS has got to be saying, why are these things happening? And they look, what's the problem? And they hear their content creators. I don't know. This is the most balanced game ever made, the best MK game ever made. And they're saying, well, the sales are saying that. And the community, well, what's going on with this Discord? Haters, Ed, haters, all negative, doomers. This is the feedback they're getting. Why would anything change from 11 to 1? Why would it be more complete? Why would things be any better? I mean,
Can
you
I
can
ask you,
see this.
Tom, if you were to choose 5 guest testers, who would you choose for the next Mortal Kombat game, other than yourself?
5 guest testers. I would choose Rio. Let's see, guest testers. So I'd want it to be people who won't compete in the game, because what NRS does now is they make you sign a waiver that says, so if I'm not mentioning someone like PL or Sonic or whoever, keep in mind that they wouldn't be able to compete for the first year. So that'd be a conflict of interest. Those people are good for the game, right? PL 3-time Evo champion, Sonic Fox 7, 8 time Evo champion, Ninja Killer, all these people, we need them in our tournaments, not need them behind the scenes. I would honestly bring in Rio. I would bring in J360. People who are, because you need people who know gameplay and also can find obscure shit. I think those people are very, very important. I would bring those 2 people in. Let's see, people who are current, who I know that I could bring in that wouldn't. I would bring King and Burrito in because, and
I'd bring in Desk. That guy finds broken shit all the time. Tom, you still there? Oh, maybe he's gone under a tunnel. I'd bring in someone like Desk, and I'd ask him to break the game so we can fix it. Because Desk finds broken shit all the time, without fail. Ketchup and mustard. Yeah, I'd bring in ketchup and mustard. I think they're pretty good. Me? No, I don't think I think I'd be pretty good at doing the balancing for the game, but I think you can probably put me in other places. I'd be better off in other places. I think there's better people to call. Justin Wong would probably be a good one. Yeah, Tom. I think Tom's gone under a tunnel or something. I saw someone asking, "Am I bringing people on today?" I'm not bringing people on today because I have an extremely early start tomorrow. And the podcast we're not doing a podcast tomorrow. We're doing a Shambolic survival event again. So it's going to be against King J. So you guys can't let me down. Let me put Tom back in here.
Here we go.
Hello?
Yeah. And then maybe Ryan Hart.
That's a good one.
Yeah. There's a couple of things you have to keep in mind with guest testers. First of all, you want to bring people in who obviously are good fighting players. 1. You want to give people in who have different fighting styles and all different perspectives. You also want to bring in established fighting game players, resume-wise, because what you don't want is somebody who hasn't really accomplished much, and now they're there and they say, this is my time to shine. If I can try to get the jump on people, try to get an advantage. So you want to bring people who are already established, who don't have a point to prove it, don't have an ego, who understand fighting games at the highest level, who also can understand Mortal Kombat at the highest level. And I think these people are obviously a little older, but they have all kind of gifts, from execution to defense to offense to being able to find the most, and maybe even Check 4900. I want to give Check a shout out. I know the MK community kind of looks at Check one way or another. They don't know him very well. Overall, they know his work, but their stories one way or the other about Check. Check, if you really want to find, there's a great story that I have about Check. During MKX testing, the reptile, what variation is it that slows down time? Is it Noxious or whatever it is? There was this weird thing with slowing down time, and there was just a way that it was the cooldown or whatever it is was a problem. So I said, hey, Check, can you see if there's something broken about this? I said, is there a way to do this in combo, activate the combo, and then just keep it going and then reactivate it and then get the bar back? So it's 1 bar to do. And people were arguing, well, it's 1 bar, what's the big deal? Check found this obscure combo and setup in which you combo into it, activate it, big long combo, bring them back down to the ground, and then the cooldown expires, and then he does some chip thing on block and activates it on block, and there's still minus frames, and then goes into it, so he's able to loop it, get the bar back, and then reactivate it and repressure. So we were able to then say, okay, there needs to be some type of safeguards on this. So there are some people, whether they're not competitive players, you need people that can do everything. Find obscure bugs, obscure broken stuff. Also that favor all playing styles, be it zoning, offense, defense, grappling, high execution characters. Everything needs to be representative, all represented. All these players have a high IQ in fighting games, have a great pedigree in their accomplishments, so there's no ego there other than getting the game right. And none of these people care about being on NRS's payroll, where I don't want to step on any toes, or I might not be able to get invited here or there. That's really what you need. So these are people that I would invite for guest testers.
Okay. Oh yeah, they're pretty. I think they're pretty good picks. The ones that I know anyway. I used to watch Check's 3D MK videos all the time, so I know he's very good at finding stuff. What would you do in terms of like the general MK1 like look and design? Would you continue down this path of the story, or would you reset again?
I would take everything about MK1 and I would pretend it never existed.
Just a non-canon event.
I would make it like All-Star Superman, not canon. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't do it. I would not make it canon.
Would you do another tournament to start off the new MK timeline again, or would you go for something different?
I would. So here's what I would do. I would actually remake MK9. I don't know what I would call it. Maybe not MK9. I don't know what I would do. I
think they have to stop giving them numbers now. They got to start giving them names, like the way they did with the 3D games.
Yeah, I would remake MK9 just as a love letter to the community, but I would change some things in the story to where I call it MK9 revamped or MK9 reloaded, right? So it doesn't have to be exactly like MK9. Obviously, you would change some things, Cabal, Cyrex, all these other characters, right? You would change some of these issues, right? So I would call it MK9 reloaded. I would try to do some things that we couldn't do while the game was out. And I would redo the story a little bit to where Raiden doesn't kill Liu Kang and Sindel doesn't kill everybody. And then in the next game, half of the people are in the Nether Realm and Revenants, and just go from there. And let John Tobias do the story. MK9 is pretty much John Tobias' story. It's like, hey, Armageddon happened, Shao Kahn won anyway. We beat him all these times, but then the Elder Gods did this. He wins, he has supreme power. We go back in time. All that story happens. It ends a little differently, and then we take the story up from there, where you could still keep certain things. Liu Kang, champion of Mortal Kombat, whatever. Because MK just goes all different directions. Liu Kang is a champion of Mortal Kombat. Now he's dead. Now the Cage family is the blah, blah, blah. MK11 comes out. Cage family, who the fuck are they? Now it's, it's all over the place. I would go back to what works. The story that works and rebuild from there. And it's not that I want MK9 remade, but really MKX's story, that's where they really started to lose it.
Yeah.
I mean, and then they went, and it was so bad that not bad, but it was kind of like, well, where do we go from here now? There's really no interesting way. It's like, I feel like Mortal Kombat up until 9 would be like a Vince McMahon work. And then they got rid of Vince McMahon and brought in Eric Bischoff, who is infamous for, I'm not good at finishes, and said, Eric, can you finish the story, right? He wouldn't know what to do. So he's just going to drag it on and drag it on. That's kind of what MK is. They don't even know what they're doing now. Now Scorpion and Sub-Zero are brothers. No one knows who's Hanzo Hasashi. Gone, doesn't exist. I mean, they really don't know what to do anymore.
Do you know what I think this might be a bad idea, but did you ever watch MK Conquest?
I did.
Yeah, I really like the story in that, and I like the dynamic between Kung Lao and what was the big dude called again? And I think Kira the thief or Taj, whatever her name was.
Yeah, Taj.
I like their dynamic, and I feel like if you're gonna tell a story, I feel like Conquest is really unexplored, and it was a really, really good show. And it still had all of the original characters in it with most of their lore intact. It kind of just changed the main three. I think that would be an interesting way to go, personally. Because they've kind of fucked themselves over because they've done everything so many times. They've written themselves into a corner.
They have.
You can't even like. I made a suggestion.
What
I
are you
was
gonna
like,
do?
why don't you just
Reboot the timeline? Don't reboot the timeline. Reboot the game and reboot certain things about it so it's not a carbon copy. You take the best Mortal Kombat ever made, you release it for modern times with better practice modes, better online, and you change a lot of things in it so it's not the exact same game. And then you change some things in the story, which led you down the storyline of half of the cast is now dead and blah, blah, blah. And now what do we go from here? Reboot it. Timeline game. What do we do now? Reboot it again. Liu Kang's new era.
yeah.
You've got to get away from that.
I think they also
That's
need
what I
to
would
make
do.
the game. They need to make it look like it comes from the 90s without compromising the graphics. Like I think the
True.
90s look of Mortal Kombat is really special to like its identity, I think. And I think the 3D era did a very good job of capturing that. But the latest games, they feel too Hollywood. And it almost, some of it is like uncanny valley sort of stuff. I remember Fate saying that, and I was like, I kind of agree with that. I feel they need to walk away from the realism a bit and go back to the stylized way of doing it. I would like to see them do the MK Conquest story personally. It's the only one that I think they haven't really explored. And you still got the original characters there, and it still has the original MK feel. That's the way that I would go anyway. I'm completely on Tom's side. This timeline and what they did of MK1 is trash. There's a few good things. There are like Baraka was good. The Tarkat thing, I really like that. Even Melina's story, I quite like that. I think it's better than her original one, which wasn't really much of a story. Johnny Cage and Kenshi's like bromance, that was pretty cool as well. I like that. But they just ruined everything when they had Titan Shang Tsung come into the story, and obviously Scorpion and Sub-Zero being brothers is just like why did you do that? It's not. There's too many dumb things that happened. But I acknowledge there were good things with MK1 story as well, but there's too much damage has been done.
Let me tell you what would happen if they did. Here's the thing. I've already highlighted why they will never get it right listening to who they listen to now. It's too much of an echo chamber. Way too much. I mean, anybody that was there if they brought me in and said, what do you think about MK1? I would say, well, here's the problem. You want to make it an assist game, but you just didn't have time to put in all the mechanics to allow the assist to really shine. So because the assist cannot shine, you have to make the character shine. And you cannot make a game in which you say half of the cast can, at least the way it ended up, half of the cast can play without the assist, and the assist is the +1. You can pick the meta one or this one or that one. The rest of the cast can't even play the fucking game, the other half, unless the assist does everything for them. That all the characters have to be designed like as if it was a 1v1 game, and then you could put the assist in. And the assist would have a lesser role, but the problem is 90% of the assists have a lesser role now. So it was very obvious what the problems were. But they're never going to have anyone come in here to say that. No one will ever say that to them. I would have walked right up to Ed Boon and said, Ed, your game is going to stop selling after one expansion to the point where they're going to pull the funding. I have to say, I am positive when the Warner Brothers executive gave the call to Ed Boon and said, Ed, your game after 1 year is done. Nobody's buying it anymore. Your sales have now, after 1 year, you made an expansion that is selling so abysmally, your game's done. I don't think anyone has ever said that to Ed Boon. And I'm positive Ed was shocked. How could he be shocked? How? The only reason why Ed would be shocked is if he was getting bad advice and bad feedback. But who doesn't get feedback from? The people he tweets and highlights. And what do all those tweets say? How great the game is. How great everything is. How sick everything is. How awesome everything is. Can't do it. So the only thing they can do, take an older idea that was still very good that most people would want, start off from there and change it a little bit so it's not a carbon copy, and then build from there. Take an accident that turned out right and build up from it. because they're not
Yeah.
going to be able to create another accident.
Yeah, I also think one of the things that MK needs to do in the next game is they really do need to focus on their music. MK music back in the day used to be so good, and
Sick.
it's just you can't even hear it half the time now when you're fighting. There's no love behind it, and I really think like games like Tekken, and I really like Street Fighter 6's soundtrack. I know it's divisive, but like when you start a match and like you're fighting Ed and that beat comes on, like you really get into it. Or like when you're playing Tekken and Moonlit Wilderness comes on, like you really get into it. But
Yep.
Mortal Kombat's music is awful. Like they need to hire someone to do their music for them. Like get Skrillex to do it again. Like he did MK9, they just didn't put it in the game for some reason. If you go and listen to like what was it, Reptile's theme in MK9, it's so sick. I don't know why it's not in the game. So they need to focus on that. That's one thing that I really hope. And I hope that the next MK game is not all bright and colorful. They need to go back to it looking dark and scary and brooding.
Yeah,
there's no
100%.
like colorful shit. That I hated that about MK1. I hated booting MK1 up and seeing cherry blossoms and stuff. I was like, what is this, man? I'm not playing fucking Grand Blue Fantasy. I'm playing Mortal Kombat. It looks stupid.
Yep.
I didn't like it.
Hated it. And so the presentation, I agree with you 100% for sure. The music, like everything, it has to feel like Mortal Kombat. You know, don't feel like Liu Kang's new era. I mean, I don't know. I don't like that at all.
No,
they do these
MK,
things. I think
Liu Kang needs to go back to being the chosen one, and Raiden is the god. Like, and
look
this
what
whole
they
thing,
did. This rivalry between Raiden and Kung Lao. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? No, it was the most uninteresting. Like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, they lost their way. They had a basic formula that worked, and they just started scrambling everything up. They need to go back to what worked, and then maybe like
and stop the gimmick
story.
mechanics. Stop the gimmick mechanics. Nobody likes them. Stop it. Stop your gimmick mechanics. That is just, the way feedback system is broken with NRS. They only hear how great things are and whatever. And the mainstream, unfortunately, voices are a lot of the toxic positive ones, unfortunately. I don't know where the Aquaman thing
I agree with Mr.
comes up. I actually have a lot of respect for Aquaman. I've messaged Aquaman privately and I said, listen, he is the voice of the game. I'm very proud of Aquaman. I met him when I was the voice of Mortal Kombat. Now it's him. I have a lot of respect for Aquaman. And obviously, if you're the guy commentating the game, obviously you can't get on the mic and say half of the shit that I say when I'm critiquing it. But we're all on the same team. I don't expect you to say that. Let me say it. But for those people, when I say it, or he says it, or he says it, don't say, oh, hating, or this or that. Oh, Lou Streets, hater, Mike, hater. Why? Why would we be hating? Everything we said actually happened. Why? It's because we were wishing for the downfall, or because we could look at it and say, where else was this going to go?
Mm-hmm. The writing was on the wall. Like as soon as I played Mortal Kombat 1 for 1 week, I finished the story, and I told everyone that this game is gonna fail. Like maybe it will sell well, but it's not gonna be remembered fondly. And look, now we're here, and everybody's shitting on the game. Now everybody's taking a shot, and I was like, well, we saw this on day one, but I don't know why Dave said that because it's on YouTube. Like that was one of the reasons why. That was one of the things people knew me for, like going at Mortal Kombat and then other people saying no, he's talking shit. But they would always say I'm dooming. They never say I'm lying. And now we're here.
But you say, where am I wrong?
Yeah.
Even when you put Diddle on, and you said, but where were we wrong? And he's like, well, I don't mean you're necessarily wrong. So I mean, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. And ultimately,
we end up proving everyone wrong.
The reason why people say, Tom, why do you want MK9 and some of these other 3Ds with Legacy Collection? Why is that so important now? Because I want it not as DLC 2 years from now. I want it now. Because what people don't seem to realize is the rest of the world doesn't remember how fun Mortal Kombat was for a long time. How do people think Mortal Kombat got this big? Fatalities? No. All the comics and the TV shows, etc. Well, why do you think it got the comics and the TV shows? Their story, their lore, their characters, and then their games were really fun. But the modern FGC doesn't remember a fun MK. They don't remember MK9. They don't know the 3D games. They don't know MK4, MK3, UMK, MK2, MK1. They don't know the games that made the world fall in love with Mortal Kombat. All they know is MK11. All they know is MK1. So the fighting game world, the modern fighting game world, only has a negative outlet of Mortal Kombat. I wanted Legacy Collection to have MK9, the 3Ds, and the arcade ones, so that there's something for everybody, and people can say, holy shit, MK was fucking awesome for a long time. And the next Mortal Kombat game doesn't come out to the memory and the sour taste of MK1. It comes out to all the fun we all had for the last year and a half with Mortal Kombat. That's what I wanted, the perception to change. I feel like NRS, whoever Digital Eclipse, is missing a golden window to change the perception of Mortal Kombat going into the next one.
I always found it weird that Mortal Kombat, a game centered around tournaments, never had a tournament mode. I always thought that like you could have a mini story in your tournament modes. Like, you know how they in MK9, like Shang Tsung was sitting on the chair and like two people would walk up to fight. I feel like you could do like Tekken and Virtua Fighter have had tournament modes, but in MK you could make a little like cinematic thing on like when you're playing online. Like Shang Tsung sit on the chair, you do a tournament mode, you go onto that stage, you fight, and then at the end, I don't know, you fight Goro or whatever. There's things they could have done there, but I just feel like they're so lazy with it. There's so many things that I think of about Mortal Kombat. I'm like, man, it shoulda, woulda, coulda, but they never do.
They never do. And that's the thing, when people say dunking on Mortal Kombat, I'm telling you that the majority of Mortal Kombat games have been very good and very fun. Some of the 3D ones were kind of wackadoo, of course, and MK4 had God knows how many problems. But MK was fun, and a lot of them have been very good for the era they were in. And they were fun games. And NRS has lost their way. So I'm not saying bash MK, kill MK. I'm saying MK as it is done. That's why when I brought up to Dave, I said, you know, look at MK11. How can we, I mean, again, Mike, think about it. Mortal Kombat 11, best-selling fighting game of all time. Mortal Kombat had its peak entrance and its history. And at that point, the community was saying it was the most balanced game ever. And after 1 year of that, Evo said, you're not coming back. See, they don't tell that story. They'll say, oh, what about 22, 23? Yes, but what about before COVID? You were done and you were never coming back. They forget, they leave that part out. They forgot that it was not included in Evo until COVID kind of wrecked everything. And I do agree it should be included in the FGC rebuild in 22 and 23 when the FGC was rebuilding offline again. But without COVID and everything falling apart, I think MK was done and it would never come back. So statistically speaking, arguably money-wise, the most successful MK game of all time, riding a high of its the most entrants of all time, in the where the powers that be are saying it's the most balanced of all time, it went straight down.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a reason.
I do agree with Jamie as well. Thank you for the donation, bro. Sonic went through a time where everybody was looking at Sonic sideways, like what are they doing, and then they bounced back. And Sonic's music is awesome. I do feel like, I mean, there's room for forgiveness with MK. There's so many ideas that you could throw at the wall with MK that would work just because of how wacky everything is. But I don't know who said it in the chat just now, but they said like creatively exhausted. And that is a good way to put it. It just seems like Mortal Kombat has almost become Call of Duty. Like they're just pumping them out now because it's Mortal Kombat.
You can improve on good ideas. You can't scrap and recreate good ideas. That's my point. You can improve on them. You can't scrap them and say, okay, get rid of all the ideas. Anybody have any new good ones? Good ideas are rare. So when you have one, you improve on it and make additions to it. You don't remove it. And and I've been saying that for years. I said, okay, we've come to that point where it's finally hurt NRS. It's hurt Mortal Kombat. So,
do you think then that this release of the MK collection is being used to gauge how people feel?
No, I think it's being used as a stopgap. I
And
really
they're just
do.
going to do what they always do.
Yep.
But surely after the reception of MK1 and surely after how the internet reacted, because like the internet was mad when that game came out, surely they're going to be like, okay, we need to change, everything needs to change up. We're not going to get a new MK game demoed to us and we look at it and go, that looks like MK1. Surely that's not going to happen again.
Honestly, I don't have any faith. They're
Do
going to
you think
bring
there's
in the
any?
same. They're going to bring in the same yes men, and I just don't see. Nothing works well with yes men.
Yeah. But do you think there's a chance that maybe they're waiting to see how successful Virtua Fighter is? Maybe there's a chance that they might go back to 3D.
If they wanted to gauge that, they would have at least put Deadly Alliance in, and they didn't. I mean, we don't know. Maybe it is. There is. It makes no sense to not put it in when you have MK Unchained, which is the Game Boy version of Deadly Alliance. Makes no sense to not put it in.
Yeah, because they've acknowledged it now, so it's a bit weird to not have it there. But because the Game Boy one is technically 2D, even though it's in the 3D era, maybe that's just why they left it off. And it doesn't.
Why not MK Gold? Why leave MK Gold out then?
Apparently, I heard MK Gold is very difficult to emulate. That's what I was told. I don't know how true that is.
MK4 is not. MK4 took forever to emulate.
Yeah, that's what I asked, and they were like, "No, it's different." I was like, "I don't know." But Mr. Moss, thank you for the $4.99. Just want to say, I hope you guys are having a good one. Thank you for the stream, as always, here to support. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
Appreciate that, man.
Thank you, bro. I wanted to ask you, Tom. Do you think what would you change to Mortal Kombat's online infrastructure? Because obviously we've seen fighting games changing a lot now. Even like some of the arena fighters are starting to introduce things to get people to stay online. What would you change about Mortal Kombat Online from like MK11 and MK1? No, Tom.
I would give. Yeah.
Yeah, you cut out for a second. It's probably going for a tunnel. MK Online back in the day was dope. It really was. It was pretty cool online. I feel like MK1 is severely lacking online. Like there's so many modes. I hope they do like what are they called, like seasons or like you play up until a certain point and then it resets. Is it I don't what do they call it? It's not called seasons, it's called something else. Anyway, whatever they're doing in Demon Slayer right now is working because people want to play the game. I do think they should introduce a tournament mode and it should have its own cinematics. I think that would be pretty cool. I also think that the whole Warrior Shrine thing, I feel like you can expand on that. It shouldn't have been a mode that was grayed out for a whole year. That just got people's hopes up for no reason. But I do think you could take the Warrior Shrine. You can actually do something cool with it. I think what you could do with the Warrior Shrine is, let's say you've got the four players that are the top of the leaderboard. What if, this is going to sound a bit mad, but what if the 4 players that are the top of the leaderboards, if you click on their profile and they're online, you can like send them a fight request. And if you're able to beat them, if they're online, obviously, then you get like, I don't know, double points or something. But then I guess they'd get bombarded. They'd get absolutely bombarded with requests like that. Maybe that's not a good idea. I just feel like if we sat down and had a think about it, Warrior Shrine could have been better. Oh my lord. DM Smith, thank you for the $50. I appreciate you heavily, bro. Thank you so much, man. That's crazy. Absolutely no 3D MK. Oh, you can't do that, man. You can't donate that much and then cook my favorite error. Tom, can you hear us?
Yeah, I heard your point with the infrastructure. So what I would do is, for one, I would modernize all of it. I would do like a lobby. think about how cool the lobby experience would be, where you literally have a giant online world of Goro's Lair, where you have all these MK cabinets, right? And people can sit down and play, kind of like what Street Fighter did. MK could do that. I think that's really cool, that kind of system. I would have, obviously, online training mode while you practice. I would have longer seasons so that your rank isn't reset every 30 days. See, the way this season is very off-putting to newer players, meaning that, for one, you have 30 days, and then or whatever it is, normally 60 days, and then the season's over, and then next season starts from scratch. And then you, Jimmy John 54, are going up against Ninja Killer because you're both the same rank. Now, MK people have tried to say, no. There's MMR. And a MMR will make sure that doesn't happen because it tracks your offline content, it tracks your regular player match content, and factors that into rank. Dude, a game that can't even have fucking lobbies, you think they did all that? Are you crazy? No, we see people all the time create new accounts on Heidi's, and very early on in a season, they start a new account and they're playing like a top player and they're on a new PSN all the time.
Yeah.
So no, I think the seasons should be longer so that gives people a chance to come into the game and not every 30 to 60 days, 45 days, have to then be thrown into the shark tank. That's one. Then two, what I think should happen is also online rank should be individual to the character. I think it's ridiculously stupid that you play ranked and all your characters are the same rank. And the only way to individually level up every character from 0 to Elder God is to create a new PSN. So, for example, if the game has 25 characters, you must create 25 PSNs to go from restart to Elder God. It is stupid. It is tedious. There's no reason for that. So they should fix that.
Say this as well.
Obviously, like I said.
Just before I forget, Tom, I just want to say that if they release a new Mortal Kombat game, you need to do something about flip stance. You cannot have a whole fucking button on a controller that does nothing but flips my stance.
Yeah, get it out.
It is so dumb. They fixed the problem slightly for certain characters like Shang Tsung, but universally it's still a problem. So if they release another Mortal Kombat game and all the character does is flip stance, I'm going to tweet them and be like, "Are you guys fucking kidding me? Again, what is this? The 5th game you've done this in? Absolutely ridiculous."
I agree with you 100%. I agree 100%. Ridiculous. I no disagreement there. So as the infrastructure, like I said, online practice mode, practice while queuing is a big one. We just saw Rewind tweet about this. Like he's sitting at an empty screen, a search screen, and he's not able to at least be in practice mode. He's just staring at the searching for game screen. So a practice mode in rank queuing or even player match is big. I think that has to happen. And
I would introduce
just in the infrastructure
battles.
right there.
I would introduce
clan battles.
Clan
I think
battles.
we're good. I would do a tournament mode as well. I would.
Yeah. So I think you're delayed, Tom.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think you're delayed.
Oh, hold
on. Just while Tom's fixing that, DM Smith, I just want to say again, thank you, bro, man. $50 donation is very generous of you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I'd add clan battles to the game. I'd have the Lin Kuei, the Shira Ryu, the White Lotus, the Black Dragon, whatever else they want to add to it. And I think faction battles or clan battles are pretty cool. I would also add within that, I'd add a subsection of that where you can make your own little clan within the Shira Ryu. So like a Shira Ryu branch, and then you can have different pockets of that, the Lin Kuei, the Shira Ryu, and you can build your bar up. I just feel like MK's got so many things they can do that would benefit overall. They just seem so lazy. So, yeah, sorry, Tom. What were you saying?
What I would also do is allow public group chats. This is something I always thought
Mm.
when I was like competing in Diablo 3. I love that there were certain chats that people could enter or get invited into, and people could broadcast an in general message to whoever was on at the time. Like for example, Diablo 3, we could say, you know, looking for whatever class for whatever we're running, level ups, you know, levels, gem ups, pushing, whatever. And everyone in, and you would obviously have chats with the more elite players that I was in. You would have your individual clan chat, and you could also have other public chats. It's so much better. The more you get people off of Twitter and staying and being able to do things in the game, the more reason they have to be on the game. So to be able to then just be in some of these public chats and broadcast, hey, looking for the Shang Tsung experience or Zero experience, looking for blah blah blah, whatever it is, right? Looking for X amount of players for King of the Hill, and why do I want that King of the Hill? Or hey, have a tournament going on, need 2 people, anyone, you know, any takers. It makes it so much easier to do having these public chats in game, these public chat groups that people can make or join and invite people to. I think that would be a great idea. I don't know that any fighting game has ever done it, but I would love to see MK be the first one to do it. I think it's a good
Yeah,
idea.
I think that's a great idea. I like the fact that MK has voice chat. I find it so funny. I wish other games would do that more often. So that's one thing I'd definitely like for them to do again. I would also like for them to allow some proper customize. I feel like the customization has been so shit. It's not been up to par at all. And I'd like for them to actually revisit the Injustice 2 gear system, the way they did it there. That was actually really good, in my opinion. So
I
I'd like
agree.
to see that make a return. I would also, like I was saying, with the clan thing, like I think the clan thing, there's so many cool things that you could do with it. You should also do a league mode. I think a league mode in any fighting game is always going to be a good thing that you can do with your lobbies, like 16-man lobbies.
I
It's not
agree.
like they ain't got the money to do it. I mean, Ed Boon just tweeted out that they've sold like 6.5 million. So even though it's not MKX and MK11, 6.5 million is still not a small number, right?
No, not a small number at all. No, I agree. I think these changes are big in the infrastructure because it keeps people on the game. The more people have to go to Twitter, look, even from the NRS perspective of all the negativity, well, if it's all on Twitter, you should be incentivized to keep them on the game and in the game and not on social media, right? They should be able to do everything within the game's menu. So this allows you to search for matches via public chat, via, you know, kind of like a lobby mode where you can go to different arcade machines, see who people are, have customizable avatars, better customization with characters, online training mode, uh, being able to be in training while queuing ranked or player match. All these things are essential. Individual character rankings to where you don't have to make 1,000 PSNs just to kind of level up each character. All these things are very important things. Um, and, and I think that Mortal Kombat needs to really stick to these things
Yeah, I'd also like to see stage
or do these
fatalities.
things.
Yeah, I'd like
Stage
stage
fatalities.
fatalities to come back. I don't know why they got rid of stage fatalities. Um, I would also, like I said, I'd want them to go back to like the more like stylized artwork or art style than
Oh yeah, they
the
did.
like.
They did get rid of those.
Yeah, they got rid of them. I don't know why. It's so weird. Like I also wouldn't mind having stage transitions in the game like Tekken or Injustice. Just don't have them do too much damage because I think they are kind of cool to look at and
True,
they
very
can be
true.
flashy.
It's a good idea. That's very true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just that people
these are
don't
all
like
things that
stage
should be implemented.
transitions when they do too much damage because it's like, oh my god, this look how much damage is done. But if it's just a cool, quick stage transition where like I can punch someone's face through a wall and we go downstairs like you would in like Deadly Alliance and Deception, that would be sick. But they seem to have scaled that back as well, and I don't know why. Very strange.
Like you've always said, they're sitting on gold.
Yep.
They're just most people don't sit on gold. They're sitting on gold and refuse to use it, which is crazy.
It's very, very puzzling. I think for the gameplay, what I'd like to see is I would like to see variations again, but I don't want them separated in the game. I'd like them for them to just be built into the character's moveset. So one stance is sword or whatever your weapon is, and one stance is martial arts. and not have to pick on the character select screen. I just pick my character. They have two stances. One is a weapon stance, one is a hand-to-hand stance. And they both have different attributes and reasons to use them. I think I probably would like to see that next from Mortal Kombat. I don't know about you, but I like that in 3D.
They would fuck it up. They would fuck it up. No, they would mess that up.
But I mean, if they're going to fuck up anyway, you might as well go big or go home.
Then they should go back to 3D if they're going to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they should sell the whole thing to Sega at this point, to be honest with you. They'll get the 3D
Maybe.
right.
Yeah, it's true.
But Tom, I don't know how much more time you've got. I am
a little bit. I know you wanted to get into the GOAT debate. I know you wanted to get into that.
Yes, I want to talk about the GOAT thing. Now, I see this conversation going on a lot. Like, we'll make this the last topic. I very, very, very strongly dislike the GOAT conversation, and I got a lot of pushback from people when I said this. But we're saying that Arslan Ash, Sonic Fox, or Mena RD are the greatest Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, or Tekken players, to me is A, kind of insulting to the legacy of those games, and B, doesn't even make any sense. And I'll make my point and I'll let Tom go. I think that you can only say that these people are the GOAT of the respective games that they've dominated in. So for Sonic Fox's case, if you want to say MKX or MK11 or MK1, I would agree. If you want to say in Arslan Ash's case, Tekken 7 and Tekken 8, I would agree. But you're dismissing Tekken 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the tag games, where you had JDCR dominating tag, you had Ni, I think, dominated 5, and you had Saint dominating 6. And you just ignore all of those people. It's a bit like, how can you say they're the greatest of all time? You could say they're the most successful of all time, because Sonic Fox has won loads of Evo championships, and Arslan Ash has won Tekken championships during the most profitable time. But that's like all the stuff that you did in the 3D era, for example, or whatever people did in the arcade era, is completely ignored. And I also don't like the fact that they only mentioned those three, but they completely dismiss the fact that there's like Virtua Fighter champions, and Virtua Fighter is arguably much harder. And nobody says, oh, that's the GOAT. Imagine somebody went through every Virtua Fighter winning, they wouldn't even acknowledge them as the GOAT. And the other thing that people don't take into consideration is that they'll make the argument that the people winning today are the greatest of all time because the games are the most densely packed that they've ever been. But they're not acknowledging the fact that the reason that they're the most densely packed they've ever been is because the games are easier now. They lowered the skill ceiling so more people could enter. And even though there's more competition because of that, the reason there was less competition of fighting games before is because they were so difficult to play. So you could argue the guys that were winning tournaments back in the day were of a higher skill ceiling because they were the ones that were able to survive in a more harsh environment. I don't know how you feel about that, Tom, but I really dislike the greatest of all time conversation.
I dislike the greatest of all time conversation because it's largely held by people who weren't around for 99% of fighting game history talking about the greatest of all time. Imagine someone saying Steph Curry is the best basketball player of all time. And you say, what about Magic Johnson? And they say, who's that? Right? You're immediately disqualified from having an opinion on that. It's like they don't even know the history. Most of the history of the FGC is not known by most of the modern players. They don't know any of it. Mm-hmm. Yet they're going to comment on the GOAT. The GOAT debate is largely now who is currently the most dominant overall in fighting games. But that's a far different saying than this is the GOAT. You know, I believe fighting games have Mount Rushmores. I don't believe there's a GOAT. You know, I think each fighting game has their own respective Mount Rushmore. And everyone and people on their Mount Rushmores are considered to be the greatest people. And there are all type of reasons why somebody could be there. Ni, for a lot of people, is considered the GOAT of Tekken. And they base this off of, while you can't look at Ni and say he's undisputed, unbeatable God at this, and this. Ni was a dominant force in 5, in 5.1, in DR, in 6, in 6BR, in Tag 2, in 7. And there really is no one who has been as dominant for as long as Ni in as many Tekken titles. So if you look at even the original Tekken gods, Jang Ik-Su, Jang Suwan, that's tag. Tag 1. 4 came out, they were done. They didn't like it, they were gone. Then you have people like Nin, Mad Dog Jin, etc. 5 comes out, Nin's still around. Mad Dog Jin for the first part of the game. He's no longer a dominant player near the end. Then you have like other Korean gods like Lidi, things like that. Kyudons, who was a dominant player. But then there's Tekken 6, and you still have Nin, but now you have Whole Man, you have Rain, who's, whatever. But the name that's always there, 5, Ni, 5.1, Ni, 5, DR, Ni, 6, Ni, BR, Ni, Tag 2, Ni, Tekken 7, Ni. No other name spans for, and now 8, Ni, right? No other name goes that far. Ni occupies the longest time period throughout the most amount of titles. So it's not because he's necessarily the most dominant player currently, but if you were to do a Tekken decathlon with all the current players, Ni's probably going to win the most amount of tournaments if you go 5, 6, right? Because half of them didn't even play those games. So it's very today. So GOAT has become who is in a vacuum the best player. So you can look at players today and say they're the most successful because there is more money now and tournaments are larger because of the times. So you can say that. So the overall GOAT debate, I feel like you can have Mount Rushmores. Right now, the GOAT debate is really more of a recency bias kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of thing. So, and the problem is, it's very difficult because then you have the argument of which era was better. And there was a good debate going on between PL, Rob TV, and then James Chen came in which PL made a great point in which he said, this is a dumb debate because the point of fighting games is you talk your shit and then you fire up the game and you settle it in game. In the FGC, if it's just going to be shit talk that never gets played in the game, it's not good. It's counterproductive, right? It's against everything that the FGC stands for. Yet you will commonly hear commentators constantly shit on previous generations and talk about how garbage they were and how the gods of today and even players today will call people out like that. Even SageM did a video like, can you imagine some sick-ass 16-year-old, bam, pulls up to Marvel 2? Well, they ran Marvel 2. And who was the Marvel 2 top 8? Do you remember the top 8 for that?
Okay, I couldn't tell you. No idea. I assume
You
Justin Wong was
3?
probably in there.
Who was the top 3? Can you look it up real quick?
What was the name of it?
MVC2 at Evo.
Let's see. Top 8. 2025. So you got Chaos, Peru Champ, Clockwork, Servbot, G Concepts, Combo Fiend, Telly, and Vigor. Combo
Fiend's an OG. Clockwork's an OG. A lot of these OGs are still there, still dominating, and they don't even play the game anymore. I think James Chen brought up a tournament. Choi was still in the top 2, and even though he played the game, he hadn't played the game for a million years, and he played it the night before. And even though there are new players getting in a third strike, you hold a tournament and the gods are still winning. The point is to say that it's just basically talk where if an OG player were to say, talk some smack, we say, get on the sticks and play it out now in the modern game. The younger player, if he talks some smack and you say, okay, play the game for a week or 2 weeks or whatever, let's play it out. Let's see, I haven't played the game in 30 years. It's not like I'm, in practice, right? And let's just kind of have it for fun. And Rob TV's point, well, nobody young wants to grind an older game for a week or a month or whatever. Nobody older wants to grind a new game for 2 or 3 weeks, right? The FGC is about entertainment. It could be a fun event just to have the clashing of the worlds, right? But it never happens. It's just the point that just keeps getting rehashed about how shit everybody used to be, how shit everybody was, and whatever. And never gets played out. And James Chen brought up, like, he just doesn't see it. The older players still dominate when younger players go to these older games, and they don't even have to even practice that much. I understand they didn't play as much as the older player does, but the older player is far out of practice. There's this notion that tournaments back then were garbage, players were bad, but it's very subjective. And, I'm going to tie this into Sonic Fox. The MK community called me a hater for saying Sonic Fox wasn't the GOAT. I said he was the GOAT of the games he dominated. MKX, MK1. I said you can make a case for several players in MK11 because he has Evo, he has WePlay, he has Final Combat. Ninja Killer 1, arguably, quote-unquote, competition-wise, one of the hardest Evos, if not the hardest. The last 2 years of the game were dominated by the Chilean twins. Most people didn't beat one of them, let alone two of them. He beat them both in the same tournament. Never been done before. Mm-hmm. The Chilean twins dominated a good part of the second part of MK11's lifespan. Sonic Fox had a lot of tournaments where he wasn't entering, wasn't playing, didn't like the game as much. If he did enter, maybe he would win, maybe he would get fifth. So it was dominated by several people, one being Sonic. They all have a claim. You could argue Sonic as the GOAT and you wouldn't be wrong, but someone else could argue the Chilean twins or Ninja or someone like that, as they all have very impressive accomplishments. Sonic has one Evo, Chilean twins have an Evo, Ninja has an Evo, right? It's not like Sonic has one Final Combat. There was never a second one. Tekken Master has one WePlay. Sonic has one WePlay. So there's a lot you can look at. So you can look at Sonic as the GOAT in 2 Mortal Kombat games and one of the greatest players. You can argue the GOAT of MK11. You can also argue some others. So I'll say 2.5 of the 12 titles, you give it to Sonic, because I'm going to give him a half for 11, because I'm not going to discredit the other players when Sonic was not entering or DQing or whatever. There were 12 of them. So Sonic Fox didn't even really do anything in 80% of the games. Sonic's reign is 2015 till current. Mm-hmm. MK is 30-something years old. That means 2/3 of Mortal Kombat's life, Sonic Fox wasn't even around. How can somebody be the GOAT if they didn't even play 80% of the titles or compete in 2/3 of the games? And it's not hating on him. He is a Mount Rushmore of Mortal Kombat. And I believe you can argue him as maybe greatest fighting game player of all time. You can put him in that hat and have that debate. I think that's high praise. But Mortal Kombat GOAT, there's a Mount Rushmore there. And the problem is people have what I call the Sonic Fox paradox. They make arguments that favor Sonic in their era, but then disqualify those arguments for other people. A big thing is the numbers. Mortal Kombat was riding high. The rise of the Fox in Mortal Kombat. I'm not counting Injustice. It's an NRS title. MK. The rise of the Fox is MKX. Well, MKX had 1,100 people for its first Evo. That's fucking amazing. For Mortal Kombat, where it was, how it's growing. It had almost 800 in year 2. And an MK11 had 1,500 people year 1. So the MK community is kind of smelling their own ass a little bit and starts saying, well, look at this, 1,100, 700, 800, 1,500. Man, those days, MK9, 500 people, what a joke, dog. MLG, what'd you have, 96? What a joke for 10,000? And then they have 45 people to 60 for 10,000 in MK1. East Coast Throwdown, I know East Coast Throwdown is an NRS title. I won that, and it had like almost 300 people. East Coast, and that was in 2013. East Coast Throwdown, the first major from MK1, had the same number of East Coast Throwdown back then. But they look at these numbers, 297, 250, 300, 500, 100, 150, and they say, those people were garbage because look at how few people entered those games. And the modern era just has the era of the Fox has so many more people in it. And the modern era is higher than ever. Look how many people enter. And then we say, well, by your own logic now, the last time the era of the Fox had those numbers, you got to go back 5 years. And over the last 4 years, the era of the Fox has been 200 people, 50 people, 100 people, 350 people, 600 people for the last Evo, right? That's nothing compared to the numbers of the other games. And then they say, oh, well, it's what Sonic was doing 5 years ago. The past matters for nobody else. It matters for Sonic when he want to go back to his numbers. Tournaments that had 350 and 500 for Mortal Kombat don't matter. Didn't matter if you won EVO for MK9. Only 515 people were there. There were 1,500 when the Fox won. Level up, dog. Well, now you didn't have 515 people. You had 377 people. By your own logic, your own games are shit. Your own level is low. So, well, we know the players are better than ever because the tournaments just have a higher quality of players. Well, that's subjective. If you go by numbers, you can use a metric. So the MK community spent a long time shitting on their past based on numbers of 500 and 300 and 150. And now they're stuck in 300 and 150 and 96 and whatever. And by their own logic, these numbers have to be disqualified because these numbers, by their logic, meant the level was lower than ever. Only now it goes against the reign of the Fox. Well, it doesn't matter. He can win a 90-man tournament. He can win Fox can win a 377-man Evo, and it means he's the GOAT. Rio or PL wins a 515-man Evo, and they're overrated. Competition is low, right? This is the problem. There's no real solid standard. Oh, well, the Fox is winning in the online era. Well, Justin Wong won like 7 of his Evos without the online era. Do we disqualify his Evos? Marvel only had 500 and something this year, and it was the most entrants Marvel ever have at Evo. So do we disqualify Justin's Evos because they were with tournaments with 200 and 300 people? No. Justin is still a GOAT, a god. You can't, it's very difficult. They have all these double standards where they disqualify some but not others because it's taboo. It's taboo to disqualify Justin Wong for the same reason that you'll disqualify someone else. And of course, Justin Wong is the god. In my opinion, one of the top 2 fighting game players of all time. But I got to see him play. Probably the genius of all geniuses, in my opinion. So many of these people are all these disqualifications. And then there's the era thing. So, for example, MK has so many different eras, and you have a lot of players today that are, for Sonic Fox, it is presumed what Sonic would have done if. We all know blah, 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 blah. Well, there's what I call the Ninja Killer paradox. Ninja Killer didn't compete in MKX. In fact, he didn't enter a single major tournament for the entire life of MKX, not one. In fact, I don't know that he's entered any offline majors ever in MKX. Now, when he came onto the scene in MKX and made himself more widely known, it was at the end of Injustice 2. The reason why people respect Ninja is because he was playing MKX because he loved it, not for money, not for fame, not to prove anything, only because he loved it, which is why Ninja got his following. A guy who plays what he loves, who doesn't ask for money, doesn't ask for credit, plays what he loves. It turns out Ninja Killer might have been the best MKX player to ever play. And most people would agree Ninja, you could argue, is the best. But there's one problem. They don't want to put him over Sonic Fox. Well, every time they've played, pretty much, Ninja has won. They've played many exhibitions, or at least 1 or 2 exhibitions. I know Sonic Fox was retired. Ninja beat him. And that set the stage for, Ninja's as good as Sonic. Let's see what happens between these two in MK11. Ninja's just as good, which he is. But they don't say Ninja was the best MKX player because you know what they say? Well, Sonic entered those tournaments, not Ninja. Ninja didn't have to play pre-patch Tanya, pre-patch Quan Chi, plus 27 Lao, plus 27 Bone Shaper, pre-patch Tremor, blah, 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 blah. He's playing this version of the game. Didn't have to go through the fire like the Fox and everyone else. But it's the Sonic Fox argument. Well, we can't put him over Sonic even though we all feel like we know he would have, blah, 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 blah. So we make these arguments when they favor Sonic, but not for anyone else. When it comes to Sonic against somebody else, Sonic never played this. Sonic never did this. Well, we know he would have. MK9, we all know what the Fox would have done. He was too young. I don't know that. PL's beat him a million times. Kerbal's beaten him. In no metric has Sonic Fox ever proven he would have been the best, the GOAT of that game ever. And Sonic also has a lot of option selects. MK11, Sonic Fox has what I call the Bible problem. Something good happens, it's his will. Something bad happens, things move in mysterious ways. It's like when, I take MK11 as a great example. Sonic Fox wins Evo. Sonic Fox wins Final Combat. Unquestionably the best player in the world. He doesn't enter a lot of tournaments during the COVID year. Said he doesn't like the game. Plays here and there. Disqualifies himself out of a lot of tournaments while other people are winning. But those people aren't getting the credit as being XYZ because Fox isn't there to beat them. And well, if Fox was there, we all know blah, blah, blah. We play happens, Tekken Master wins. Sonic Fox goes the next year and wins. Oh, this is the proof Sonic would have won. I don't know what Sonic would have done. I don't know that he would have been better than Tekken Master that day. Then here comes the Evos, the last two Evos. You look at the last, people will always say, well, all these times Sonic DQ'd himself out. I think he would have won if he was playing. You look at the last Evo won by Ninja Killer. Many people have said, I think he would have won had he played. Well, that's convenient because he played the last year's Evo and he didn't win. He got 5th and the Chilean twins won, who Ninja Killer showed up and beat them both the next year. So there's a lot of, if he wins, he's the GOAT. If he doesn't play, whoever wins wouldn't have won if Sonic play. And if he does play and loses, it doesn't count because was he really trying? Was he really focused? That's why Sonic has so many haters. It's not because his preference or his flags or his pronouns. He's hated because of that. Because there's always a reason why someone else deserves less than Sonic. If he doesn't play, you win, you deserve less. If he does play and loses, you deserve less because was he really focused? I mean, it happens time and time and time again. So Sonic MK just has too many errors. And the fact of the matter is the MK community isn't even qualified to name their GOAT because they don't even know their own history. The modern MK player couldn't tell you anybody from the arcade days, could not even name 3 people from the 3D era, and only know a handful of people from MK9. So how could they possibly talk about the GOAT? The GOAT debate in MK is a bunch of people who know nothing about the players and the game's history through all the decades, telling you who the best player of all time is. And again, the irony is, I'm not saying I'm the MK GOAT because I'm not. I wouldn't even put myself in the MK GOAT discussion. Definitely not in the NRS discussion. But MK Mount Rushmore, I am the only one, MK 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, to win the largest tournaments of those eras when the game was relevant. They weren't majors in MK 1 or 2, let's not lie here. They were big locals to regionals, right? But during the era, I traveled around the whole country to win these locals and regionals. In MK4, I was largely considered to be the best player, period. This has been repeated many times, right? The players today would crush me. The players in MK4 and UMK3 are far better than we ever were. However, in the era of the game's relevance, I was the only one to be able to win and place in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then even 11 at a 90-man regional. It's only 90 people, but if you're an MK1 player, you'd give somebody a blowjob for a 90-man tournament today that isn't EVO. So it's never been done. Nobody was that consistent for that many years. And in fact, I've won in every era. I've won in the era of the first MK game, from the era of the original OGs in MK1, and I even won a major in Injustice 1 with Young Fox in the tournament. I've won in every era, in every timeline, whether it's MK, Midway, whatever, or NRS, even Injustice 1. Does that make me a GOAT? No. Does it make me one of the greatest players of all time? Fuck no. There are players 10 times more powerful than I'll ever be. However, when it comes to accomplishments, who comes close? I am not on Sonic's level, not on Ninja's level, never will be. They're gods compared to my limited level. But I belong on that Mount Rushmore. Most of my supporters have no idea I did any of this. Why? Because they don't know MK 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They don't know the normal UMK players. They don't know who bigs are. They might remember Detroit from MK9. Most players don't. Detroit's a god in those games. They don't know who these players are who are gods right now, let alone who were gods then. How can they possibly say Sonic Fox is the GOAT when they don't know who the GOATs were before Sonic? So Sonic Fox is definitely on the Mount Rushmore of Mortal Kombat. On the Mount Rushmore. The greatest Mortal Kombat player of all time? No, there is no greatest Mortal Kombat player of all time. Too many games through too many eras.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I think you summed it up perfectly. That was basically my take on Twitter. I know some people didn't agree with it, but I don't think that there's much to really disagree on there because you're not discrediting what they've done on the recent games. But was there anything you wanted to add to that, Tom, before we wrap it up?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I ultimately, we all want Mortal Kombat to be good. I mean, I don't know anyone who doesn't, and if people, I feel bad for the modern FGC who doesn't know the good days of Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat is one of the greatest fighting games ever made through so many years, and one of the greatest fighting game franchises ever. You have no idea how fun it is. I truly hope NRS does the right thing in doing what they can to get more of their classic games released before the next Mortal Kombat game. And I truly hope they do the right thing in the next game, because Mortal Kombat cannot survive another MK1. If it happens again, it's over. And I think Warner Brothers will sell the title to someone else. And then I don't know that someone else will make it. It may be a better game, but I don't know that it will feel like Mortal Kombat again. And Mortal Kombat, as we've always known it, will be gone forever, and it will become something else. And that's not what I want to see.
I agree, but I can see that becoming a reality, especially of how Warner Bros. Has been moving things around. I guess time will tell. We're now on the clock towards another Mortal Kombat game, so I'm sure like in the next year or two we'll see something. But Tom, I appreciate you jumping on as always. Sorry about the whole PL Day thing. I didn't anticipate it going
I mean,
that
a
way.
lot of stuff got derailed in general. I don't know why we were. I mean, there was some disagreements that that are so against the point. You know, like I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I'm sure that they'll pick it up at some point and talk about it.
so, well,
All
thanks
right,
for
bro.
having
Well,
me
I
on, Mike. I
appreciate you, man.
appreciate it.
No
All
worries,
right,
man.
thanks,
I'll catch you
guys.
soon.
All right, later, Mike.
All right, guys. Well, that was Tom Brady. That was the podcast. It did derail a little bit. Now, before any of you go, for those of you that are wondering, tomorrow there is a stream. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the Shambolic Survival again. Tomorrow is going to be King J. So the rules are the same. You have 3 hours to beat King J 3 times. And if we beat him successfully 3 times, he will gift memberships to us. And if we lose, I'm going to have to gift memberships to him. We did it for Blackheart. You guys got me cooked. None of us beat Blackheart. Didn't even get close, to be honest. But we'll give it another try with King J. So he's going to be on episode 2. Shinblade will be episode 3. And After School Sophie will be episode 4. I haven't thought about what to do after that. We might even do some for Demon Slayer, might do some for DOA, we'll see. But sorry for the lack. I was falling asleep on stream, guys. I'm so overworked right now. So usually we would go for longer than this, but I need to get to sleep and get up for work in the morning. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all the donations. It was very kind of you again. I appreciate M2Dave for the 20 gift subs, even though he left in the end because of the whole PL thing. I still appreciate it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. It'll be at 8 p.m. UK time. So, 8 p.m. UK time. Make sure you stop by and we'll get that shit popping, guys. Take care of yourself. Stay safe out there. And I'll see you tomorrow.